honesty, honesty. Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty? Honesty, can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty? Honesty, can you say honesty, honesty? 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 Can you say honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty? Honesty, can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty? Honesty, can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty, honesty? Can you say honesty? Honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty.
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Good evening, my people, my family. Blessings, 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 blessings. As usual, we have to start with bigging up the people in the chat. Miss B, J Master Songwriter. ACLB, Sonia Foster. Big up yourself. Anthony R. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Jamaican TV. Smith. CDW. OT. Yes, OT. How are you? Marcia Thomas. Okay. Mike too hot. Kevin said, look like to be a hot program. You know? So Kevin, if you're a hot program, you need a hot mic. But anyway. All right. Diana Atkinson. Doreen Elaine Walker. Youngs at NS at N. Megawatt. Yes, sir. The rat trap there. Catherine Daly. Janet Monday. Andrea. Joan Hamilton Wilson. Yes. Paula Shelley. Herbert T. from Florida. Yes. Cedric 10. Doris Richards. Missy Bram. Thanks for showing up. Love to have you in the place. Janet Jones, Clarice Reynolds, Freedom, Lisa 6. Kezia Couture. Yvonne Johnson. Hold on. Whoa. I think I left out a lot of people now. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah, folks, I made a slight error. Just bear with me. So what when Kevin are there around me, you know? So okay. Lisa 6, Herbert T, Cedric 10, Sonia Jackson, Juanita Letts, Untamed Kangal. Yes, Silent Eyes, right? JP, Vibing with the Natural. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sunshine. Greet up Sandra Ellis already. Jeffrey Worrell. Sylvester Wood. Sonia Foster. Yeah, Missy Brown, I see you. Don James. Fatima. Tony and Organics. Michael Weir. Artnell Muir. Nisi One Love. Mike still hot, Kevin? Turn down some more. Okay, Kevin said turn down the mic some more. Mike check. Mike. Big J 64. Roger Bevan. Tunde Stargate. Gloria Morris. Mama Neve. Eco. Nisi One Love. Run One List. Cheyenne. From the UK. Big up all of the UK people. Carla Ebanks. Daphne Brown. Black Ops. Yes. think I said Gloria Morris. Evie. Sandra White. Amory S. Alkebulan. Toronto is in the building for sure. Calligraphy. Deborah Cohen. Mazreen Harvey. Faye White. Hayworth Martin. Charms Sassidi. Norde. Des Thomas. Veronica Bolton. Falmouth Girl 2. Silver Fox. Howard Britton. Carla Ebanks. Lawrence Howell. Donna Whitaker. Leonie Denton. V.S. Lop. G. Angel. Pearlie Simpson. Noreen McLean. Angela Robinson. Listening One. UK 2022 Joe. Carnet Sterling. God is good. Yvette Clark. Miss Rita. Beat and Teach for sure. Marva Dice. Anne-Marie S. Angela Robinson. To Gwendolyn Hall. Wellness Warrior Sofa. Pearlie Simpson. Real Black Woman. Janet Chicory. Gloria Morris. Mentioned Gloria already. Delroy Henry. Barbara Giwa. Positive Vibe. Yes, Megawatt. Tell them to like, kick the like button as they enter the room. Good advice. Gloria Anderson, Debbie Jervis, Patel Cruikshank, Anthony R., Carnet Sterling, Don James, Kevin in other place, Kevin Stew, Kenny Marshall, Angela Robinson. Let me see. Maylene Bowman, Winston Richards. Wagwana Kevin. Eugenie Brown. Andrea Hunt. Enough Love. Yes, indeed. Jermaine Hines. I think I mentioned Delroy Henry, UK. Andrea Joan Hamilton Wilson. Jackie Graham. Noreen Dennison. Tamara Davis. Donna Whitaker. Eileen Muir. Colin Roach. Now grab the mic grab the thing from me. Hold on to Kevin, we're soon done. Charmaine, JNL. Claudia Fletcher, Marjorie Webby. Duran Clark, Donna Stevenson. Big Bossy, Queen. Okay. Yeah, Marjorie Webby. Rex Coley. Russell. Yes, Russell, all the way from South Africa. Big up the family. Yes, indeed. The show that lets you know. Walk like a champion. Loxley Gregory. Jeanette Letts. Sweet Lady. Kirk Edwards. Carla Ebanks. I think I mentioned Carla already. Sunshine. Joy Hines. Kim Brown. Peter Henry. Mama Neef. Beverly Clark. Yes, we are Poor People Mouthpiece. Doreen Colson. Adrian No. Lorene Lawrence. Lilith Lockerbie. Gloria Morris. Mike Crimson. DRX Real One. Impact. Norman 2009. We're almost there, folks. Sue McDuffie. Healthy Eats with Carol. Geneva Houghton. Mirinda Ruddock. Angela Cole. Kemisha Reed. Jack Wan. Paulette Williams. Rex Coley. Chris Blackwell, Anne-Marie Blagrove, Dion Russell, Rosemary Francis Binder, Germany in the house. Yes, 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 indeed. Big up all of the Europeans, them in the house. Yes, Rosemary. Glad to see your face in the place. Andrea Manning, Epic London, Georgia Anderson, Zona Trowers. Where are we? Rosemary King, Genusack. Yeah, Kevin, where you there? Kevin Kirk Edwards. Someone's asked you, Kevin, where you there? We'll get the t-shirt. Make though. Ines Phillips. Elijah B. Dorette. Big up yourself and the community. Doris Legister. Marilyn Mollison. Junior Chong. Yes. Christopher Lawman. Andre Hamilton. I hope I'm not missing Sutherland TV. To Prince in the Kitchen. Annie Jones. Sweet Pea. Jaro 306. I think that's it. All right. Life in Japan. Oh, thanks for watching. It's 5:10 in the morning, but you always wake up to watch. Much love. Thanks for the support. A few McCullough. Paulo Facey. Raleigh Roberts. Millicent Jones. Classic Designs and Decor. Yeah, we're going to get it going. Joke to you. I think, Janice Pereira. Ransford Smith. Fatty Brown. Charles Meade. Valerie Alexander. Kevin Campbell. John Gotti. Hugh Robertham. Hugh Robinson. Ingrid Koch. Doreen Lee. CD. Trish Newman. Jason Kane. Jeff Clive. God is Good. Debbie Jervis. Leprechaun. Ed Lynn. Ronica Hamilton. Annie Biz. Neville Shackelford. Eddie, my brethren. Yes, big up yourself. We know the place. Jungles. Deban Spence. Britton and Jamrock. Edley Evans. Dorrit Prince. Catherine Daly. Sophie J26. Trish Newman. Patsy. Patsy, how you missed last week? You know, well, you really don't miss it because you can go back and watch. You can go and watch it on YouTube. Althea Benbow. Thank you so much, Althea. Kiara. Annie Binns from London. Jamaica White Collar Criminals Report. Kenny Marshall. Peter Brown. Doreen Lee. Zach Najad. I think that's it. Audrey Cook. Let me see. Anybody else? Anybody else? Making Jamaica the jewel of the Caribbean. Marcia Forrest. Sigsar. Yeah, we're on the fireman. Rosalie Dacres or Dacres. Elaine Tucker. Don Thomas. Sigsar. Jonathan Johns. We're almost there, folks. Marvin McLean. Barbara Giwa. I think I mentioned Barbara already. Forever Young. Jacko. Deborah Cohen, Michael Brown, Egla Fletcher, Don Mill, Sharon Samuels, Jean. You know, Howard, you're right. 697 people, 830 people in the chat and only 57 likes. Come on, people, hit up the like button. Ian Martin, Gary Gordon, Carol Banton, Doreen Vassell, Eric Roden, Audrey Cook, DJ Jamaican Jankro channel. Noreen Dennison, yes. Yeah, we're Jamaican. Full solidarity. Yes, indeed. Brenda. Reggae Global Entertainment. My people, yeah. Big up on yourself. Headmaster, Joanna Marie, and the rest of the crew. Melly, Mr. Dangerous, Vivchin, Full Swing. Yes, Eddie, Rattigan, the Voice of the Poor, Shirley Slack Brown. All right, I think Plain Truth, Kayleen. I'm doing fine, Kayleen. How are you? Yeah, who's this? Jenny Sack is a 1969 grad from Meadowbrook. That was before my time, though. Anthony Miller, yeah, we're gonna beat and teach. You know it. All right. Let me see. JP JP Lou, Scally Guga, Simply Cadian. 300 likes right now. We need to get it up. We need to get it up, people. Empress G, Don Thomas. Who else? Joe Blogs. Yeah, we're bringing the heat. Jeffrey Tavares, Bumpa V, Bumpa Pa. Big up yourself. Demoya Reed, Don Thomas, Janet Monday. And a big up on yourself. If I'm missing name, just put it in the chat so I can call it out. Empress GTV, Tamil Good. Georgia Anderson. I think that's it. Anne Marie, Auntie P. All right. I think that's it. That's it. All right. Well, folks, let me say good afternoon. And thanks for tuning in to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube. And I'm your host, Will the Rebel Rattigan. Programming note, next week, Saturday, we won't have a program. So we won't have Reason with Rattigan and we won't have Relax with the Rebel because I'll be in a travel status and y'all know where I'll be. I'll be with you down in sunny Florida. So we won't have a program next week, Saturday. So please remember that and convey that to your friends, your family members, your neighbors who are not here today. Just let them know that next week, Saturday, we won't have a program. We won't have Relax with the Rebel at midnight, and we won't have Reason with Rattigan at 3 in the afternoon. We have some big news regarding this Friday and beyond. And we will talk about that later. I'm on mic, Kevin. Now, thanks to our guests last week. Kevin, let me know my mic's there. And can you hear me? And can you hear me loud and clear? Yeah? Give me a signal. Give me some signal, people. Let me hear if you can hear me. Oh, yeah. Oh, tonight we're going to have Relax with the Rebel. We'll get to that. But thanks for reminding me. Benita Clark. Excitement take you over. Oh my God, good Kevin. I'm good now. My good, my good. Yeah. Oh, loud and clear. Good, everyone. No, thanks to our guests last week. We had some talented and eloquent young people, and I have to name them: Dervin Cochran, Ishmael Douglas, and Giovanni Mackenzie. I mean, their views were very, you'll agree with me, their views were very insightful. And despite the hardships they talked about, I think Jamaica has a future, a bright future with these young people. And as usual, big up our distinguished panelists, Isaac Buchanan and Herb Nelson Jr. We have some special guests today. I see one of them is here already, my brethren, Lion. That's hold tight, Lion. You know what? I know you're not going to hold tight. I'm going to bring him in right now. I'm going to bring him in. See me up? No, ladies and gentlemen, before I go any further, let me just tell you that this man here, Lion. This man here, Lion. I think that's right. Yeah. This man Lion, I've known him. Okay. I met Lion in there. Met Lion in September 1971. First farm, Meadowbrook. And this man is my brethren for all them years. I think it's 52 years now, going on 53 years, right? But we were in the same class right through up to, I think, O levels. And then he left, he started working. I was too lazy, so I continued. And, that's why he has so much money, because he's been working much, much longer than I. Anyway, big up yourself, brethren. Glad to have you. Soon I ask you to unmute your mic and say a few words. Okay. Now, last week, regarding the foundation, last week we talked about several things. We talked about the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation and its support of the movement's plan. And when I say movement, it's MOVEMENT' in quotation, because we are the real movement, not the bogus one that they have called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council. So the real movement, we talked about last week our plans to launch protests in Miami, DC, New York, Toronto, and London. Believe me, folks, the protest is coming to your neck of the woods real soon. We also talked about the plan to have the U.S. apply the Magnitsky Act to Jamaican politicians, and where necessary, revoke their visas and seize assets in and outside the U.S. Big law that. We are also researching other laws and their application to the actions of government officials. And by the way, we know the government officials and their supporters. We know they're listening, and that's a good thing, because when you listen, you learn. So we're researching other laws to look at the application, how we can apply them to the actions of government officials. And I tell you what, folks, based on what we're seeing right now, it looks like those government officials are going to be in for a rough ride. Now, just last month, President Biden signed into law something called the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, which is different from the Magnitsky Act. Now, this act makes it a crime for any foreign official, including any employee of a foreign government or any current or former senior official of a foreign government's executive, legislative, judicial, or military branches, or get this, any immediate family member or close associate. Because it's unlawful for them, or they've committed a crime, if they demand or accept a bribe from an American or American company. Think about the extent of this law. It's as if you're in Jamaica and you demand a bribe from an American company or a person. Or if you accept it, you didn't demand it, but they mentioned it to you and you took it, you are criminally liable. You are criminally liable. This is serious business, ladies and gentlemen. Family, serious business. Now, this law, it's the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, and you can look it up. I'm just say it slowly so people can, if they want to, they can go Google it. Foreign Extortion Prevention Act. Foreign Extortion Prevention Act. Just look it up. It was just passed in December, I think December 6th. No, that law is a companion to the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. And that act makes it unlawful for Americans or certain foreign issuers of securities, foreign firms. Essentially, it's saying you cannot make a bribe payment. You cannot bribe a foreign government official. That's what the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act is saying. So you can't do it. So you see, no, they balance out. This one is saying, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act is saying that an American can't bribe, for example, a Jamaican government official to retain or maintain business. That's illegal. So on the American side, they'll be arrested and charged and imprisoned. But then on the other side, now the person, the Jamaican, it's saying, now you living in Jamaica, if you ask an American or American company, if you ask them for a bribe, or if you accept it, you didn't even offer it, but you accept it, you are also liable. Now we know that what was that, Loxley? Send your money, but we don't need you here. The bribe. Okay, all right, Loxley. Big up yourself, Loxley. Silena Campbell, welcome. Letitia Elliott, big up yourself. Inique Tosh, yeah. So these are the things that we're looking at, these different laws, and see how they can apply. Family, we cannot be distracted because there's much work ahead of us, and we're going to get it done. Now, the Prime Minister said, people, and I'm going to put this up. Kevin, help me out here. I need the Prime Minister's statement. I don't see it. I don't see it right here. Hold on a second there. Lion, I'm going to turn off the phone. Because I see I still up. All right, cool. Yeah, Kevin, where you there? Yeah, I just need the Prime Minister's statement where he said people are destroying brand Jamaica. Hold on, people. Wait there. Oh, see ya. Like this. You can bring it over for me, brother, please. So, yes, Garnet, we have put them under pressure. I wanted to pay close attention to what the Prime Minister recently said. All right. This is important because he has said a lot, but he hasn't done a lot. Or if he's done a lot, he's done a lot of negative things. I'm not gonna say he hasn't done anything positive, but like I've always maintained, you don't big up people. Excuse me, you don't big up people for things that they're supposed to do. You know. All right, here we go. All right. Now here it is. It says, and I'll read it and we'll talk about it. It says here that the Prime Minister is calling on all Jamaicans to do their part to protect brand Jamaica. He mentioned that when he was here in December at the town hall meeting, brand Jamaica. Here's a quote from him. We have engaged professional services in looking at an evaluation of brand Jamaica. Him never need to do that. We are quite well advanced in developing a nation brand strategy, and that nation brand strategy will do several things. We need to see that contract, by the way, because we Jamaicans are the best people to advance this nation brand strategy, and we've been doing it for years and years and years. Everywhere I've been on this planet, I found a Jamaican, right? We fly the flag wherever we go. Everybody knows it. But anyway, the Prime Minister now has apparently engaged the services of somebody to come up with this national brand strategy. And it said it will give every Jamaican a better understanding of what is the brand. Now, do we need this? Do we need some consulting company to come up with a strategy for us to better understand what is brand Jamaica? We are brand Jamaica. We are. Now we keep reading with me, people. The brand is a national property that benefits everyone. And if you do something to destroy the brand, you are destroying yourself. We need every Jamaican to take responsibility for the brand because, get this, we have people who are destroying our brand by their actions here and abroad. Look at that last sentence. We need every Jamaican to take responsibility for the brand because we have people who are destroying our brand by their actions here and abroad. We noted. All right, let me pull this down. Let me just say that the Prime Minister is the biggest destroyer of brand Jamaica. He's talking about people destroying it. He is the biggest destroyer. And I'll just give you a few examples. It's not exhaustive, by no means. Just a few examples. So when you hear this nonsense, people, if you get a chance to ask him questions, ask him good questions. Don't ask him silly questions. Ask him questions, performance, policies. For example, Lion, mute back there. Yeah. For example, his 2021 and 2022 statutory declarations have not been verified. He's destroying brand Jamaica. You think when he goes out to the UN or overseas and he meets with his counterparts, they don't know this? They're looking at him and saying, this man, there's something wrong with him, with his financial status. Because why is it that it's taking 2 years for his own agency to clear him? Big problem. Destroying the brand. How about the violation of the court declaration that states of emergencies are unconstitutional? Amnesty International, I think we need to make them aware of this if they're not. But he's destroying the brand by that. How about destroying the relationship with Venezuela and cutting off cheap oil coming to Jamaica? And because we don't have cheap oil, guess what happened? We have economic challenges because now we have to pay the market price. Right? We follow fashion, follow people, right? Go broke fight. Not physically, but we decide we'll not talk to certain people because other people not talk to them and be involved in a geopolitics. There's a way to play geopolitics, and it's not the way that Jamaica is playing it. We're losing. How about lack of trust in CARICOM? Remember anybody remember the Commonwealth consensus that we were going to support Baroness Patricia Scotland for the Commonwealth Secretary General position? Does anybody remember that? Where CARICOM said we have a consensus, we're going to support this lady. And Jamaica, and about a month after, Jamaica said, no, we're going to do it on our own. How about the no vote? Where CARICOM itself said, Jamaica, we sat down, we drafted the statement. They said, Jamaica, you go up and you talk about this Israel-Palestinian issue and humanitarian aid and so on and so forth. And Jamaica went up, delivered the speech, and when it came time to vote, Jamaica was noticeably absent, registered a no vote. The only country in CARICOM to register a no vote. Everybody else voted for the resolution, and Haiti abstained, and Jamaica registered a no vote. We are leading, and we're leading with a no vote. How about his appointment of Dr. Chang as Minister of National Security and Deputy Prime Minister after U.S. intelligence indicated Dr. Chang's association with criminals and criminal activity? You take a man that the U.S. government in a secret document or a confidential document told Washington it came out of the embassy in Jamaica that, listen, this man is involved with criminals and criminal activity. And the Prime Minister knew about this. And what did he do? He said, no, I'm going to make him my deputy. And I'm also going to put him in charge of national security. Now, who is going to investigate him in Jamaica? Who? Tell me, people, who? Here's another one. The US and the UK, they recognize the level of public corruption in Jamaica. Well, corruption in general, but particularly public corruption. And they stated that Jamaicans, whether they live a yard or abroad, that you have to help to address this corruption issue. You notice they never said, Jamaican government, you deal with it. They said Jamaican citizens have to play a role in it because they understand that the corruption is there with the government. They understand that. How about the lack of beach access for all Jamaicans? How about that? We don't have access to our beaches, but foreigners, people can come and they have access to the best beaches in Jamaica. And unless we pay to go to those resorts, we don't have access. How about the Prime Minister governing over a series of scandals involving kleptocracy, meaning stealing from the public coffers, and corruption? So when the Prime Minister jump out and start saying, we need every Jamaican to take responsibility for the brand because we have people who are destroying our brand by their actions here and abroad, he's talking about himself. He's talking about himself. Yeah, Pearly, let the foreigners vote for him now. He wants a pop star in foreign. Yeah. How about Jamaica? Anthony Miller, that's a good point. How about Jamaica being a transshipment point for drugs? Even though we've spent so much money and we've gotten so much international aid, how come? And the list goes on and on and on and on and on. So, Mr. Prime Minister, please do not make these irresponsible statements because you know it's not. You know that if you have to lead by example, and just by saying this, it's not enough. You have to lead. And you're not leading. In fact, you're losing. Somebody mentioned the Coke port. The Coke find over at the Ian Fleming Airport in Boscobel, St. Mary. Somebody just mentioned that. SSL. And SSL is connected in the sense that he had his money there and he withdrew the funds and then the thing collapsed sometime thereafter. Border protection. Yes, indeed. See, I know some not bright people, Because I only can come up with some, but see, I'm looking at the chat and it's just a lot of stuff there. He's destroying reggae music. Oh, he means brand wholeness, so that we're damaging brand wholeness. First is White, big up yourself, welcome. And Marie, I think you're right, can't help himself. And Rosemary, yes, the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on. No, finally, for years, I've been pleading with the government of Jamaica to seek the advice of legal counsel in order to determine if the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Youth Council should comply with the U.S. Foreign Agents Registration Act requirements. There's a law, and most of you have heard me talk about it. Beryllium Hospital, that's another damage to the brand. Police cards, that's another damage to the brand. Somebody said pedophile. But you've heard me talk about the fire requirement, saying that if you serve on the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council or the Youth Council, at least in America, that you should seek advice as to whether or not you have to file as the agent of a foreign principal. And I've been largely ignored. They just ignore me. Now that the issue is front and center. The government of Jamaica is running around like a chicken without its head, trying to assess and resolve the issue. I wish them the best. I wish them the best. As we are aware, General Flynn and Paul Manafort were charged with failing to file on the FARA. They failed to file as being agents of a foreign principal. And they were charged. And just recently, a company was fined $100,000 for failing to file. So, should the Department of Justice look into this matter? I wish the government of Jamaica and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council members, I wish them all the best. Wish them all the best. No, family in the diaspora, and even in Jamaica and elsewhere. Well, only two places, diaspora and Jamaica. Do not forget to Google and read the diaspora policy. I think it's called a national diaspora policy, or just put in the words diaspora policy, Jamaican diaspora policy. Just pull that up, and when you have some free time, just go through it. Please, I'm asking you. And also look at the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council's terms of reference. Those two documents. The Diaspora Council is going to require more of your time and more effort to read through, but the terms of reference is relatively straightforward, simple, and it's not. Where is it? I have it right here. It's not too many pages. It's 16 pages. 16 pages. Not that long a document. So just read that. Now that's the homework. No, I'm just kidding. Diaspora policy, terms of reference, put up by the government of Jamaica. Now, a plain reading will convince you that the council is controlled by the government of Jamaica, despite their proclamation that it's not an arm of the government. On page 2, I think they said it's not an arm of the government. Yeah, page 2. Section 1, subsection 5, Roman numeral 5. They said it's not an arm of the government. But when you go through that document, you'll see for yourself that it is an arm of the government. All you need to do is just look at the document, the terms of reference, look at it at how the governance structure is laid out, look at how members are selected, look at the responsibilities of the members, look at termination of members, etc. And you will see that just like the Constitution, our Constitution, and I said if he were here, he would take exception because of Section 3. And we agree to disagree on certain things. But you will see that just like the Constitution, this terms of reference, it doesn't represent our interest. And we should seek to render it useless through legal and social means. In fact, it is similar to the colonial powers like England sending their representatives to the colonies to rule the natives, the masses. And those who were sent, they were small in number, but wield great power and influence over us. It's no different. The Jamaican government, they sent a few people, they sent 3 people, and they said, okay, go rule the 4, 5, 6 million people in the diaspora. Take charge of them, run the organization, tell them what they're supposed to do. And when they don't do it, are you displeased with them? Get rid of them. Similar. At this point, I'd like to discuss an article. Oh, here it is. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at a document. Actually, it's an article written by the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And it's a response to the letter sent to the ambassador and others by Dr. Rupert Francis. Everybody knows about the letter. Let me bring him back, Lion. Everybody knows about this letter. Now, let me put this thing up, and then we'll go through it. And you'll see the nonsense that they're expounding. You'll see the plot and the plan to control us in the diaspora. But it won't work, people, because the days of just sitting back and accepting things are over. This is a different day. It's a different diaspora. And when I say diaspora, I'm talking about the real diaspora. Remember, globally, only 3,000 people voted. I'm talking about the rest, the millions that didn't vote. A lot of them didn't vote because they didn't like the idea of the heavy-handed nature of the government's involvement in our business. So when I say what should have happened is that what must happen is that the diaspora has to be a standalone organization that will interface with the government of Jamaica. That's the only way it's going to work. All right? Now, here's the article. All right. Now you can see it right here. All right, we're going to go through this quickly. Now it says, the government of Jamaica. See, that's the first party. Government of Jamaica. And it's always, it's always interesting to see who's named first, because sometimes it's done in order of importance, right? And you see, the government of Jamaica, the Diaspora Council, and the Youth Council, they say they continue to work as strategic partners for growth and development of the country. What country? Jamaica. And they said, while there are many voices across the diaspora, these two organizations that they've created are the mechanisms to enhance all these things, right? Now, they talk about it being, there it is, people, if you don't believe me. And this was written by the junior minister. This organization was initiated January 2020. And he said of the 30 members, but actually it was 28 at the time. And then he goes on and he talks about the history of it and how it's inclusive. I mean, folks, here's the name of the article: Jamaica and its diaspora working in partnership for prosperity. Screenshot that and take a look at it, because I'm not going to go through every single point. We just don't have the luxury of time for this nonsense. But I just want you to take some time outside of the program and just go through it. I hope all of you caught it. Jamaica and its diaspora working in partnership for prosperity. And you see how they politicize it. They put the prosperity, which is their dogma. They put prosperity in the title, right? So they're making you know that this is a JLP thing. That's what they're telling you, because that's their mantra. Prosperity. Although the Prime Minister recently went to peace and I think productivity or something like that. He changed the P. He has 2 more P's. But that's it. Now, nothing wrong with being a JLP member, because look at Dr. Rupert Francis. He's a card-carrying member of the JLP, and we love him. We may disagree on a whole bunch of things, but as far as politics is concerned, he and I, we don't discuss politics, because I've never been a politician. I've never registered to vote. I've never voted in Jamaica. But I know of people who have had some disagreements with him, but they disagree in an agreeable manner. But here is let's go on. Here it is. In keeping with its mandate, the councils consult, hear that? Consult with the government on a plethora of issues, including education, health, investment, tourism, security. What a bunch of liars. Ask Dr. Francis about this security business here, and he will tell you that's not the case. And then they go on and they talk about, the young Jamaicans in the diaspora. Then here's another one. They're having their biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference in Montego Bay in June of this year. And it's being sponsored by, let's say, Legacy Partners, Victoria Mutual, Grace Kennedy, Jamaica National Group. But you notice something, people. It's supposed to be our organization. It's supposed to be our conference, but they're telling us where it's going to be held, and they're telling us what the agenda is. And by the way, every 2 years, where is it held? Jamaica, at their behest. At their behest, we run down there. Now, if we're in the diaspora, why can't we have a diaspora conference in the diaspora and rotate it? So we have it this year we have it in the US. 2 years from now, we have it in Canada. 2 years after, the UK. 2 years after, we include Jamaica. Why can't we rotate it? Why do we have to go at their beck and call? No, man, this is nonsense. They talk about collaboration. They talk about the services they provide. No, watch this. This sentence right here. They said they're talking about the services that they provide through the diplomatic missions and consular posts, right? And they said these include facilitating applications for passports. Now, how many of you apply for a passport and have to wait more than 6 months to get it? Laxa Gregory, big up yourself. How many of you have done that? Lots. Right? Police certificates. How many of you are still waiting on police certificates? How about this? Letters of no objection, certificates of no impediments. I'm sure, I know a lot of people want these documents. You know what they do? They ask them family members to get it for them in Jamaica and mail it to them. They don't go through these consular and diplomatic missions and consular posts. They don't. They don't. I know for a fact that there are people having difficulty in the Caribbean and elsewhere getting their Jamaican passport issued to them. I know this for a fact. And what do we have? The Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, she's drifting. Yeah, she's drifting away from doing her job, because what she should be doing is drifting into the Minister of National Security's office and say to him, because he's in charge of PICA. They control the passports. She should be drifting into his office and saying to him, listen, we need to get this issue resolved. Gilly, big up yourself. The council can't represent you in Canada. Say it loud and say it proud, brethren, and say it often. Here's Anne-Marie. Yes, I'm having difficulty in renewing my passport here in the UK. Look at these stories. I mean, these are real stories. Arlene, I know someone who's been waiting for years. The one of them need to drift themselves in a prison. So, this is a joke, man. And so now, here he's getting to the issues. So what is he talking about? Remember the issues raised by Dr. Francis. He raised the issues of corruption, crime, service delivery, broken promises, so on and so forth. Now, here are the issues that the junior minister raised. He talked about unemployment, 4.5%. He talked about lowering of the national debt, and talk about 10 consecutive quarters of economic growth. Now, let me ask you something. 4.5% unemployment, lowering of the national debt, and 10 consecutive quarters of economic growth. Now, how many of you have felt that trickle down of these benefits here? How many of you have felt it in Jamaica? How many of you can actually say, you know what, we're living a better life now because we're almost at full employment? Our national debt is being lowered. And we have 10 consecutive quarters of economic growth. How many of you can actually say I'm talking now to my family members living in Jamaica. How many of you can say you've actually benefited from these things that you're talking about? Let me take a guess. Very few of you can claim that. Big up yourself, Rosalie. I'll see you. All right, I'll bring you on shortly. How many of you can see a benefit from that? Then look at what he said after. He said there's a 22% reduction of dangerous crime. Now, that number 22, the junior minister is saying crime has been reduced by 22%. Now, I don't know if the prime minister misspoke, but he said crime was the lowest it's been in 22 years. He used the same number, 22. Same 22. So I don't know if it was 22, if it was 22 years, I don't know why the minister didn't put that in his thing. Instead, he used the same number, but he said it's a 22% reduction, not the lowest in 22 years. And they said with murder being reduced by 7%. Tell that to the 1,300 and something, the families of the 1,300 and something people who won't be coming back. Tell that to them, say, oh, we saved 7% and we spend, more than $1 billion US. And we see if we reduced it. Last year it was 1,498, and we reduced it by 7%. So 7% of the people of the number of last year, those people, they're alive. Tell that to the families who are mourning. And they said increased focus and expenditure on improving crime fighting capabilities and blah 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 blah. Nonsense. Look at this one here. Improvements in policing our borders. You never hear about the plane crash last week. Big up yourself, Herb. You never hear about the plane crash last week. You put it inside the improvements in policing our borders. You see how silly these people are? And then put it inside there, and the words flow like a string of pearls. And you're supposed to just absorb it and be mesmerized by it and don't question it. Well, those days are over. And so he He went on with his foolishness to talk about remittances and we're having great relationships, a great relationship with the diaspora. That's all a lie. That's all a lie. Mr. Minister, if you think you're having a great relationship with the diaspora, why don't you come on this program or come on not only this program, come on any one of the other programs and face the questions? Because he has not in this, he hasn't addressed any of the issues raised in the letter. Not one. When, or better yet, the biggest one in Jamaica, what is it? Corruption. You see, mentioned that in this thing, huh? Look how many paragraphs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, well, 14 paragraphs. Not once is there a mention about corruption. So should we take it that there's no corruption? People, get wise. Realize that I almost sound like a DJ. Me just say synthesize. but understand that what you're being fed a bunch of nonsense. And all I'm asking you to do is think critically and read carefully. And you'll see through this nonsense, you'll start asking the right questions. And then they're in trouble. Then they're in trouble. I was on a program last night and a caller said that Jamaica is being run properly. He said, there's no issues here, Mr. Rattigan. He said, you must stay where you there. In fact, him even threatened me. He said, if you come to Jamaica, we're going to rob you out. I took it seriously. And if he's listening, him name Pot Cover. Mr. Pot Cover, you threatened me last night, sir. So I can't come back to my homeland because you're going to rob me out. But that's okay. But anyway, like, share, and subscribe to the program. I have a lot of things to go over, but here's what happened now. We have Lion with us, we have her with us, and we have the good doctor, our sister Rosalia with us. And I don't want to keep her waiting because she have a lot of things that she would like to discuss with us. Now I'll have video to play it. So what I'll do is, in the interest of time, we will turn to our sister, Dr. Rosalia Hamilton. No stranger to this program. This is one of her homes. Rosalia, welcome. Now, Advocates Network recently published a release entitled 2023 Year in Review. I've read it. I think it's timely and it's relevant. It's separated in two broad categories, good governance and human rights. What I'd like to do at this point is to have our sister come on and let us just talk up the things and unpack all of these issues for our audience. Let me move this. Rosalia, welcome. Welcome, sis.
Thank you for having me. How are you?
Doing well. And big up Herb.
Greetings to everybody, Doc. You look great as usual. You have to tell me what the secret is because
all right, big up to you, Herb and Lion.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Rosalia, and by the way, we can call her. No.
Yeah, man, Rosalie, good. You know that.
We can call her Rosalia. What I was telling everybody. No, that's fine. You know. No, Rosalia. I read it yesterday, and it has a bunch of issues, all relevant issues. So what I'd like to do is give you the floor, and we'll just have an open and frank discussion about the issues that are bothering Advocates Network, the people of Jamaica, the diaspora, because all of those issues that you raised, there's something in there for all of us. So I'll just turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. We thought at the end of the year, we should just document what we've done in 2023. And we took time to reflect on the issues. We wanted to remind Jamaicans of what has happened and the fact that many of the issues that occurred are still lingering on. We're still taking them into 2024. We, as an advocate network, our focus is on promoting good governance and human rights in Jamaica. And we've brought together a number of individuals and organizations who are at the forefront of championing these causes here in Jamaica. and we've collaborated to strengthen our voice and to ensure that these issues are not lost in the day-to-day range of issues that plague us on a regular basis. Now, with respect to good governance, we see this as central to the economic and social development of our country. Let's break it down. When we talk about governance, we're really talking about this relationship between the people who govern us and we the people. And we put in their hands, we entrust our country. This Jamaica belongs to all of us. And we ask them to manage this country, our asset, and everything that belongs to us. We're talking earlier about brands. All of this we entrust in the hands of our public officials and public servants who are hired to do our work. And it is this process of their management of this awesome responsibility that we've given them that we're really talking about when we're talking about governance. And that it is important in this relationship that we don't simply vote our representatives into office and hope and pray that they do the right thing. In a democracy, what is required is the people must make their voices heard. We must actively engage our representatives. We want to monitor and make sure that they do what we want done. That's what the democracy is all about. In fact, it's kind of like running a business, You hire somebody to run your business, and you don't just hire them and put them to run your business and them do what they want to do. And every now and then they come and say, all right, my contract up now, sign here, right? Maybe I cook some curry goat and give you and encourage you to sign, right? But that's not how we run business. You monitor on a regular basis. You engage a dialogue. You basically say, if we're not doing so well in this area, let's talk about it. And in that process, you don't want the person who you hire to vilify you and say, you shouldn't criticize me because everything I do is good. It doesn't work that way. And in fact, I encourage the people who support the government, the rank and file members of the JLP, I suggest you should be on the forefront of criticism of the government's actions when they don't do well. I think none of us can in good conscience say that every government does everything right. It doesn't work that way. So yes, if there are errors and things that are not done well, then we ought to say, listen, shape up. We want it to do well. In fact, all of us, including all of us on this program, ought to want our government to do well, because when our government do well and we are satisfied as a people, our country will prosper. So this governance discussion is really a discussion between the Jamaican people, at home and abroad, I would say, because as long as you carry a Jamaican passport, you're part of the Jamaican family. And this discussion about monitoring and engaging and ensuring that we do well. Importantly, the idea of good governance and the principles that the UN has identified. There are 8 principles that are important for us to pay attention to, right? And these principles are ideals. They're ideals about how we want to create a society that we call democratic and that is in the best interest of all of us. And so we push and advocate to get closer and closer to these ideas. And we can talk about them in details, but that's the essence of what we're trying to do in the Advocates Network. And in our report, we highlighted a couple of things that we were disappointed in and some areas where we were encouraged to see some developments. We highlighted the challenges in the Integrity Commission. We saw that we're very dissatisfied. I think everybody is. In fact, I've heard JLP supporters, people in the private sector, in the churches and so on, talking about how disappointed they are that up to now, over a 2-year period, the Prime Minister has not fulfilled the requirements under the law, under the Integrity Act. And that's very important because, this is our leader. And therefore, he and all other representatives have sworn to uphold our Constitution. And our Constitution, of course, embodies all our laws. It is the highest law of the land. And therefore, we expect our Prime Minister to comply with the law. And if there are any technical difficulties, sort it out quickly so that we can all be comforted in the idea that we have a Prime Minister that is complying with the law and is not, under any kind of accusation of illicit enrichment. And of course, we know that there are members of Parliament, 8 of them, according to the Integrity Commission, that are now subject to investigation. And our concern is that it ought they to be sitting in Parliament. How can, in fact, some of the parliamentarians are part of the review and monitoring committee of the Integrity Commission. And that's troubling because you're asking people who are subject to investigation and to questions to make decisions on rules and certainly influence those decisions and rules around the very institution that is charging them. So those are issues. We were all very disappointed in what happened with the SSL, the Stocks and Securities Limited. That multi-million-dollar fraud was not just sad, embarrassing to all of us, and very, very troubling with respect to a number of issues, a number of questions that are still lingering. In fact, this latest idea that, due to poor security, that, there was a break-in, there was a theft of laptops. And we assume that some information that they were trying to preserve is now lost. Are we serious? And so, who is going to be held accountable for that? So we pose those questions. There's a whole issue of the management, public bodies management and accountability. There's a piece of legislation there. We've put it into regulation now to ensure that we get the best people who have the capacity to sit on boards and to manage these public sector institutions for us on our behalf, in our interests. And they continue to disappoint us because some people are, placed on these boards and with questionable, not just character, but capacity to do the job. And so we ask that the public bodies management accountability regulations be implemented immediately. There are a number of other issues. We're very dissatisfied with the unacceptable delay in the local government elections. We're now talking 7 years, and this matter raises issues not only of the timeliness with respect to these elections, giving the people, giving all of us an opportunity to make a decision about who should represent us at the local government level. But fundamentally, it raises constitutional questions about whether we ought to have an arrangement where the Prime Minister simply calls elections, both local and national, at his or her will. We have to think again about this, and we're talking about fixed election dates. And this is something that we think Jamaicans need to speak up more about. We've been promised it in the past. There's a lot of talk about it, and it has not happened. And so this is another occasion for us to say, after waiting 7 years, and we're still not sure if we're going to get local government elections, we ought to demand that we have an arrangement that is fixed, that is transparent, and that is predictable. And so that we can all plan and make arrangements to get into these elections in a manner that is worth it. And I could go on, but I can stop at this point to say these are just some examples. On the governance front, let me just quickly say there are a few things on the human rights front that we were concerned about. Of course, the crime and violence is at the top, and we've watched all this kind of approach to it. We think that what we're seeing doesn't get to the root causes, and we really see that these root causes are very much bound up with our development problem, including our problem of good governance. And so when we begin to address these developmental issues, including proper education for people, this idea that somehow we can make it in a world in which more than 70% of our population have the lowest levels of skills in the job market, skills 1 and 2, according to the ILO, right? Those are the lowest levels of skills. We need to get our population to levels 3 and 4, where you build the kind of technical capacity and the creative capacity to innovate the kinds of goods and services that can enable us to make our way in the world. That's where we need to go. And when we begin to do these things, some of the issues, including crime, can be addressed. We're concerned always about child abuse and the kinds of abusive relationship we see in our interpersonal relationships. And we were very concerned with what we've seen with workers' rights. We've heard about the quote-unquote slave labor that's taking place in Canada, and we've been very active around that. In fact, we're hoping to meet the minister very soon to register our concerns about some of these issues and to engage constructive dialogue about how, in fact, we can think again about protecting our workers, importantly, upholding the very rights, the very human rights that we've signed on to since 1948 in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And so that's what's at issue. It's also at issue in the matter of the Haitians and the treatment of Haitians coming to our country. This is also a matter of human rights. And of course, we are looking on, like the rest of the world, feeling very pained about what is happening in Palestine, in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and the human rights violations that we're witnessing is truly troubling. So all of these issues are just some of the issues that we've put on the table. We want the public to think about them, to recognize that they won't simply go away, that we need effective advocacy that will encourage our representatives to do differently. And my last point is, the advocacy works because we've seen time and time again where government official has acted because they've heard the loud voice of the Jamaican people. Just last year, we've seen the resignation of Speaker Dalrymple, right? In the face of the allegations that were made and the integrity report, we saw a resignation. That's not the kind of thing we see typically, right? I mean, a few years ago, we saw the resignation of Minister Floyd Green, right? So we're beginning to see that, you know, some of this has impact. Now, it's not as much as we would like. There are no direct mechanisms in which we can make our voices heard. And part of the constitutional discussion that is taking place, we're advocating for rules that will empower Jamaicans to go to Parliament and make their voices heard. Didn't say too much on the Constitution, but I can come back to that because I think we can think about our involvement in these constitutional discussions as creating a legal platform, a legal foundation in which we can wheel and come again as Jamaicans. And I think that's the kind of hopefulness that we have in how we have engaged the Constitution Reform Committee. We made a formal submission. We made our positions known as best as we could in terms of creating our own consensus, because there are very different views all over. And we've pulled something together that lays a foundation. And in a nutshell, we're of the view that we can't simply talk about comprehensive constitutional reform by simply moving the king or even establishing the CCJ, the Caribbean Court of Justice, as our final court. That we need to do more than that, and that we must tackle this issue of governance. And again, we can go into the details of that, but in a nutshell, these are the issues we've put on the table, and we've asked Jamaicans to reflect on them and to join us in our advocacy in 2024.
All right. Thanks, sis. Listen, let me just open it up to Lion and Herb if they want to pursue any of the issues you raised, dig a little bit deeper with you. Or if they're not interested, then I can ask a couple of questions and then just go to the chat. But I see Lion on mute, so I think he's ready. Lion, go ahead, please.
Yeah, certainly the interest is here. Good evening, Dr. Rosalie.
Good evening.
Good evening, Herb. yes, I shudder to think if there is any further that can be said in your introduction. I would hasten, therefore, to see if we could segue and move on to that which pertains to the Constitution. And I know that the fact that you ended more or less your delivery of your introduction on that point of Constitution, and you said then that you have to be going through a greater extent of what the Constitution really means in terms of a solution. And I'm excited about that because we know it's a dog and pony show that the Constitutional Reform Committee is going around with. It's a circus. It is not something to enhance the education of the Jamaican people as to what they're about to undertake, but rather it is to coerce a false type of support and consensus so they can rush ahead with this, let's say, memorialization of a dictatorship. They literally are hastening the head of this corrupt government towards a concretized, a firmly rooted dictatorship if they're going to move from the king to a king that wears no clothes, with executive powers to the extent that will just make slavery look like it was a child's play. It is important for us, therefore, to speak out as we are doing now and go into the crux of the matter, because corruption, lack of accountability, etc., all these things are symptoms of a greater sin. I wanted to say sickness, but this has passed sickness. We can address the symptoms, I do agree. But as any good doctor would suggest, it is best that we go to the root cause of the situation. And the root cause has to go back, not just 1948, as you aptly described, where human rights agreement was signed then, but even to 1944, when the two political parties that we now are being enslaved under from 1944 until now, 1945. We need to get that deep root that was entrenched into the blood of Jamaican people, because they required a blood sacrifice every 4 to 5 years or whenever they would call an election. We need to get the root out, and the root must have to do with something in regards to the Constitution. So I would yield now and look forward to the further deliberations that would enhance that which you have said, if it is possible.
Well, thank you. I think you've raised a very good point about the extent to which the arrangements may have the effect, whether it's intended or not, to perpetuate the status quo. And I think we have made it clear in our submission that at the end of the day, whatever form of head of state we have, whether it's elected or non-elected, if we don't tackle the issue of governance and the powers in the hands of our cabinet and the prime minister, then we have not begun to solve the governance issues in Jamaica. And we have to be very thoughtful about what that means, because we're not just talking about accountability and transparency, we were also talking about oversight, monitoring, ensuring that the executive executes the will of the people. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done there, because right now we have a parliamentary arrangement in which the executive dominates and effectively dictates to our representatives and effectively thwarts the voice, kills the voice of the people. Even when our representatives want to go to parliament and say something on our behalf, they're either intimidated because of the size of the executive, or they feel they can't if they want a place in the political party. So we have to fix that as well. We have to empower our representatives to speak on our behalf. And we have to look again at the mechanisms, create oversight committees that effectively, take the wisdom and the information that our oversight agencies, we're spending billions of dollars every year on oversight agencies, including the Integrity Commission. And, the Auditor General, Accountant General, all of them providing reports to Parliament. Yet those reports go to these committees, there's talk and so on, but very little action, if any.
Can I ask you a question?
So just to finish, just to say, effectively what you want is these oversight committees working and the rules and arrangements in place that not only deals with this matter of the over-centralization of power in the hands of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, but also, very importantly, facilitates the voice of the people in the decision-making process. So we want mechanisms like, right to petition and so on, where we can have a say in participation in our budgets, etc. And in those ways, we think we can make a difference. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, I was asking a question. Obviously, based on what we understand now, the Constitution is indeed an instrument in the interest of the continuation of slavery. It is. We are still subjected to the original slave master, which King Charles III now occupies the seat. And we are led to believe that we are free because of this divide and rule strategy that they've used between the PMP and the JLP. Now, I want to ask you this question. Long preface, but bear with me. Do you think that the Constitution as it now is, which has deeply entrenched further the slavery of the Jamaican people, do you think it was intentional, by design, or it just came about by accident?
Well, let's reflect on the history a bit, right? What happened in 1962? So we got to the point coming out of the struggles of, Marcus Garvey, Paul Bogle, etc., for freedom. Ever since we got freedom with respect to abolition of slavery and emancipation and so on, all of that, we now are quote unquote free. But the structure, the institution, the rules, the laws, the system was never changed to facilitate freedom. So one of the things, people talk about is like, when we left the plantation, where do you go? You don't own land, you don't have assets, you don't have anything. Where do you go? Some of us went back into the plantation to get an income. Some of us went with the churches in these free villages to be able to hone a skill and begin to earn and so on. Some of us left the country, right? Some of us went back to Africa, by the way, right? And so on.
Like,
so this was the arrangements in place. And over time, very slowly, we saw some of the rules change, some of the things, but it came on the back of our persistent struggle, right? The labor riots that took place, that was part of, changing the living and economic conditions of our people, right? So we constantly had to fight. So by the time we got to 62, the Constitution did not change fundamentally. In fact, one of the authors of the Constitution, Norman Manley, made it very clear in a speech that at least 90% of the Constitution was pretty much the same that we had prior to 62. Not much
Could you
change.
just repeat that? Sorry. Could you just repeat what you just said a while
This
ago?
statement was made by George Washington, Father Manley, right?
Yeah.
That Norman Manley, that the Constitution pretty much was the same. Most of the Constitution, most of the provisions of the Constitution was the same prior to 62. And in fact, he said that the Constitution was a brilliant document and legal arrangement that we inherited from the British. And Buster agreed. So they had no problem with the structures of the Constitution fundamentally. And what happened was that the power of the governor was handed to the prime minister, effectively. So the powers went to the executive. So you see that particularly in section 69 of the Constitution, where the wording is that control of government is in the hands of cabinet led by the prime minister. And it has this other piece that talks about accountability to parliament. But the way it has expressed itself since then, in spite of discussions, by the way, in 62, where there was warning about this over-centralization of power in the hands of the prime minister, there were concerns about a dictatorial behavior that was taken. If you look at the Hansard, the evidence is there. There was concern back in 62 that if we're not careful about the powers in the hands of the prime minister, we will create a dictator. 61 years later, that's what Jamaicans are saying, that we have pretty much. And I want to say this is not about Andrew Holness. This is about the office of the prime minister and the individual holder's use of that power. And in some instances, we saw the use of it that pretty much provided some benefits to the Jamaican people, and others in which the benefits flowed dominantly. And I think throughout the history, we've seen that. For the 61 years, the benefits have flowed dominantly to the minority who ran the country prior to 62. They continue to dominate, and new people who have come into our country since during the 61 years, who are in bed with them, forge collaboration, perpetuate the status quo, and it is within a structure that is not set up for the Jamaican people. You've raised a very, very important point. So it's not so much ill intent, could well be that as well. But I think that we all, including our members of parliament or representatives, need at this juncture to think again, because Jamaicans are waking up. You know, when we became independence in 62, there was not more than about 5% of the population that had tertiary education. I think the data was about 2 or 3%. Today, we have 20 or more, over 20% of the population with tertiary level education. And I say that to say that we've grown and matured as a people in our understanding of our reality. And we're not prepared to simply accept the status quo. We know it is not working. It is not working in the interest of the majority of the Jamaican people, because it was never intended to create the rights and freedoms and opportunities for the majority, only for a few. That's what I think we have to fix when we talk about constitutional reform. We have to broaden the base of decision making. We have to give our people's voice and give us all a fair chance and a fair share in shaping the future of our country.
All right, thanks. Lion, mute your mic for me, please. We'll get the feedback. All right. Herb. No worries. Herb, you're up.
Okay. Hi, Doc. Greetings again. And as usual, when you speak with a lot more authority than even the Prime Minister himself. So I wonder how difficult it would be for you to switch places.
No comments, sir.
let me get into this. A comparison here, where they said that federalism is an institutional arrangement creating relatively autonomous levels of government, each able to act directly on behalf of the people with the authority granted to it. Right? People agree to cooperate with the rules, a constitution, defining how they will work together and hold each other accountable, and to set up framework, branches and levels of governmental power, keeping people in control of government by providing numerous points of access. Federalism increases our opportunities. Now, this is from the US side of things. And to me, Jamaica is so stuck on the British format in this constitution that they don't look at something that has worked effectively to take this country, the United States, to become a world power in 200 years. Now we're going on for 300, and it has sustained over the decades, and it has even helped and assisted other European powers to maintain themselves, including the Germans. Right? They have been able to underwrite and support the UK, France, the Dutch, and other people over the decades, and to allow them to make mistakes and then to atone for those mistakes. And we see that even applied to the Japanese. So if you have such a system that's so powerful and effective, why are we trying to hash out a constitution that has failed us miserably and not given the people of Jamaica the type of representation and accountability on the part of government that we need to have? Why do we have the Prime Minister, the head of the executive, sitting up in Parliament, impacting the legislature, along with his wife, who is pretty much heading up the legislature while he heads up the executive? And it's a complete farce when it comes to governance, when it comes to good governance. I'd like your feedback on that.
You know, I want to suggest that we have to be very thoughtful about how we learn from others, because the experiences are very different. You know, the American path to democracy is a path that's built on the exploitation, elimination, genocide of a people that were the original indigenous people of the Americas. And there's some particular histories and experiences they've had that created the federalism. You know, it started with these federal states and the struggle to create a union. I urge us to be thoughtful about our own historical experience. Most of us were transplanted from Africa. We came through a horrific, inhumane system of slavery and colonization. Since the legal framework for the ending of that institution, came to an end, we have been struggling to make sense of the idea of freedom, the idea that we are equal as human beings to everybody else in the world. Many of us still think we skin color not good enough and we're bleaching. We're still struggling with that. We're still struggling with the idea that we have to look outside of ourselves for answers and solutions, that we are not capable of finding the solution to our problems. We're struggling with the idea of self-determination. That's at the heart of this matter now, of moving the king. Some of us are convinced that we're going to be worse off if we move the king because we can't manage. Now, I understand some of the legitimate concerns about the fact that we've not done a good job for 61 years, and therefore, any kind of change, we have to be careful. I understand those concerns, but not because we are incapable of finding solutions. We're struggling with creating an economy in which we can lift the standard of living of our people. Today, Jamaica sits in the world with a GDP per capita, an average standard of about $5,000 a year, the average citizen. And it masks the inequality that exists because there are so many people at the top of the society, top in terms of income, right? Not in terms of status, right? Earning huge salaries and assets that generating billions, and people at the bottom are suffering. Inequality is huge. The average standard of living in the world is closer to $15,000. Countries like yours and others are earning way closer to $100,000 a year. So we've not yet fixed an arrangement where the average Jamaica can live in a way that we consider decent. And the story of many people who have left Jamaica is because of that. You want to create an environment, you have to be in an environment where you can have a decent standard of living. Wilfred reminds us every day of where he comes from with that picture. We ought not to be living like that in 2023. But that picture is replicated across Jamaica in 2024. So we are struggling with these issues that are uniquely ours because of our history. And I suggest that our preoccupation ought to be, what will it take for us to lift the standard of the Jamaican people, to create a just, fair, humane, and safe society in which we can hold up our head with pride, supported by a legal framework, a constitutional framework in which good governance and the rule of law is the norm. That's where we have to go. And it's not clear to me that simply picking the experience of others is the answer. And I'm not saying we shouldn't learn from others, we should. But when we look at America today, we see it trapped in its very institutions that are incapable of quickly settling this matter of a president who is now charged with 90 other counts, whatever the detail is, running for office, may win again, and the implications of that for democracy and governance in America is challenged. So America doesn't have all the answers. And I am confident that it has the capability of solving its problems, given the many institutions that exist, including the legal institutions. But we have to create those. The very structure of our society doesn't give us kinds of institutions and systems that are comparable. And so I think we have to be very careful and maybe build on what we have already, build on what we know, fix what we know, before simply throwing everything out, creating something different, modeled by some other countries' historical and sociological and cultural and political experience, and then find that it doesn't work 20, 30, 40 years down the road.
Now, having said that, let me just do this follow-up, Will. Think about this, Doc. The people that Britain sent to Australia, the people that they put on the Mayflower, it came as a shock to a lot of Americans who boast that the people came over on the Mayflower. That these were the rabble rousers and the people from prison that the British society wanted to get rid of, pretty much like what Castro did one year when he emptied out his prisons, and all the crazies were put on the boats and they came to the U.S. So we understand that the mentality of the people who originated that had to come here and had to build something, had to compete with those people who came and who were of faith, and they were more dedicated, and they were able to put together all these laws across all these states to garner peace and to have transparency and accountability. It's not a perfect union, we know that, right? But it's the closest thing to a perfect union. Now, the individual that you spoke about, that he is using his money and his lawyers to frustrate the system, they could have resolved that. This man is costing the US billions of dollars, when one 10-cent bullet could have ended this long time ago. And I hate to say that, but they did that to John Kennedy because John Kennedy was moving too fast afield from the people who did not want him giving the rights to black people and to others back in the day. They figured he was being too free with their money and their sharing of power. But the bottom line is we in the America, we have done things like this to other countries. When you think about Africa, right, and you think about the Congo, and you think about parts of Indonesia, and you think about parts of Latin America, where we have engineered changes to keep it in line with the American type democracy. And we didn't care who it impacted. We saw the same thing in the 70s and 80s after the violent periods with Bustamante and his separation from the PNP. Then we saw the 70s and 80s with the undermining of the Manley government, and that was being generated from here. So today, what are we to do? Are we to sit by and let the British Commonwealth, the head of the Commonwealth, still run things in Jamaica through his Governor General, who signs just about anything that's put in front of him? Or are we going to be rebels for our own cause and say, okay, we can adapt a system that we know works, that has propelled the US far forward, and then when we have people with a tendency to want to take over and become an imperial leader, that we can remove them as efficiently as we've done from here in other parts of the world. I mean, these are decisions that have to be made by people of strength and people who are thinking and people who can come together and make these decisions, because we know better. You know better. And I'm not calling for anything to happen to folks in Jamaica. I'm just saying these are options that's available here that should be available anywhere else.
Yeah, I think we have to be very careful about the framing of the issues as if there are simple solutions. The idea that you simply take somebody out is not the solution. I want to make that very clear, because I made the point earlier that as human beings, we have come together in different ways and in different places. And we have all been struggling in various ways with a framework in which we could live together with equal rights freedoms, justice, fairness that respects our humanity. And I don't think that these goals and aspirations are achievable in any simple, quick fix way. And we've seen throughout our history where these quick solutions where we take people out are thrown out as ideas, and before you know it, they get seeded as the way to go. And before you know it, you've created a social monster. So I want us to shift away from the idea that there may be, that somehow we have the right answers. Let me start there. Because the idea, the notion that any one of us embody all the right answers is the core ingredients for dictatorship. So I think we have to be patient with each other in terms of how we manage our differences, how we create consensus, how we learn from each other. And I mean, I understand the point you're making, which is, we have a country that, flaws and all, have been able to achieve some successes in the world. And there are lessons we can learn from that. And I agree with you. But there are some lessons that I think we ought not to follow. And we have to be careful in how we draw those lessons, given our own particular historical, social, and cultural experiences. And so I want to suggest that we ought to keep at the forefront, especially given our history. We all are proud of the South Africans' decision to take this matter in Israel to the highest court, the ICJ, right? The International Court of Justice. And why? Well, they have a particular understanding of the experience of apartheid. And as I listen to the justification for that decision to take the action coming from South Africa, I can't help think about our own experience. We know what it is to be enslaved. We're still suffering from the consequences of that. We ought not to even wish or think that any people should have an experience that comes close to ours. And we ought to be at the forefront of fighting for a world in which our social experiences doesn't come close to what we've come through. And I think we, more than anybody else, are equipped, as a people, we're equipped because of that experience to shape some perspective, create new institutions, and put perspectives and arrangements in place that we can teach the world.
All right, Rosalia, I have two questions for you. And by the way, welcome ISAT. Everybody's been asking for you. So ISAT is here. Couple of items. One, Nordy, there's some, if anybody is giving problems in the chat room, please just point it out to me so I can just, we just get rid of this, because we don't have time to be distracted. And because I want all of you to listen and learn and make a contribution, right? Because it's a two-way street. Rosalie is here giving up her valuable time to walk us through some of the issues facing Jamaica. And so if we have questions for her, and I'm sure we do, I'd like to take those questions and through the chat and forward them to her. But we can't deal with this nonsense in the chat room. So if you see somebody causing problems in the chat, just point it out to me so I just get rid of them and we'll get back on track. Second thing is Elvis. Elvis is asking about, well, I'll just skip that. Somebody answered him already. Elvis, you know what I'm talking about. Two questions. One from somebody texted me this. I won't, the person, but I won't mention the person's name. Person says, you may need to have a pen or something, because I have another question after this, and I just want to ask both of them at the same time, because then we're going to go to ISAT, then we go to Lion. What does and should accountability look like for wrongdoing by public officials? We have a great disparity in holding the small man accountable, but not the big man. Look at the National Water Commission, and the list is extensive. So what should accountability look like? Because they said what we do is we give people time out and we bring them back. And we saw that with Floyd Green, Minister Floyd Green. He should have been charged under the law at the time, but instead he was allowed to take a back seat, and then now he's the Minister of Agriculture. Second question I have for you is this. You said that after Lion's discourse with you was about the fact that the Constitution was not drafted for us, and that it largely reflected what was happening before 1962. So what we're seeing now is that they've created a ministry, and that ministry is tinkering with the Constitution, and they said they're going to do it in tranches. The ones that are deeply embedded, they're going to deal with that first, like getting rid of the king. And there's a whole discussion about that. But for me, looking at the Constitution and playing with it the way and I say playing with it because we're not really serious about doing what we should be doing. It's almost like having a car that's giving you problems. And one day it's the transmission, next day it's the engine, next day it's the alternator, next day it's the starter, and you just keep throwing good money after bad. I think you've made a pretty good argument for abolishing this Constitution and coming up with a new Constitution that reflects the Jamaican experience. Because the one that we have, most people say that it doesn't. It reflects the monarchy's experience. What is your view on that? And by the way, before you answer, people, on the like up the like, how much are we there? 1,639. Like up the thing, please. And I'm sure Isaac going to jump in after this because he's a fierce defender of the Constitution. And he and I, we have our differences. We disagree in an agreeable fashion. So, but anyway, the floor is yours, Rosalia.
All right, let me start with accountability. It's the core idea is the willingness and the obligation of the individuals who we ask to represent us to accept this responsibility and to account for their actions, right? And to make it transparent, what they've done and so on. There's several pieces to that, because if we start with the individuals we're holding accountable, you have to accept you have this responsibility. You have to be willing to undertake this responsibility. And, in our dialogue across the world, principles have evolved. One of them is the Nolan principles of governance or, public officials, where the idea is that there are certain things that we expect for you. If you're going to put yourself in this position to be accountable, you need to be selfless. You need to have integrity, right? Open, honest. Those are principles that we want to expect of our leaders. And therefore, the other part of this accountability is, who are you being accountable to? Because if the people who put you in office are not engaging and not holding you accountable, then you're free to do what you want to do. And for a long time, that is what has been happening. That we elect our officials, we hope that they will do the right thing. We sometimes pray they will do the right thing. And if they don't, we chips with teeth and say, I saw the thing said. And, we wait till next election and we either vote them out or we don't bother to vote. Now, so the accountability has these two elements. The person we're holding accountable has to want to do it, be willing to it, to subject themselves to accountability measures. And we hope that they bring these traits, integrity and selflessness, and so acting on behalf of others. That's what you're there for. Not for self-enrichment, right? And in our holding these representatives accountable, we need to act. It's not a passive arrangement. It's not enough for us to spend billions on these accountable institutions we've set up, the integrity commissions and so on. And we sit and observe, right now we're looking at this cascas, according to the Prime Minister, who have pleaded to his parliamentarians not to continue the cascas with the Integrity Commission, right? Do we sit back, or do we say we don't like it? We don't like what we see. We want an integrity commission that will hold our elected officials accountable and ensure integrity. And we need to work with them. They're not flawless. They'll make mistakes like all of us, but we will work with them to correct them and improve that. And so when they ask our officials, our representatives, to sign on to these code of conduct and these principles, right, of good governance, and they refuse, what should our position be? So for me, accountability looks like ensuring that we understand our role as owners of Jamaica, with the responsibility to hold the people we put in office accountable. And that the people we put in, and that includes ensuring that the people we put in office have the integrity, will work on our behalf, is honest, has the leadership quality that we want, and not simply accept what political parties throw at us in terms of representation. We have to get involved. We have to be active. And I think when we begin to do that, when we see that it's this interplay between the person we hold in accountable and our role, I think we get better outcomes. The second point in terms of the new institution, the devil always is in the detail, because I am of the view that if we make fundamental changes to the structure of government that we even have inherited, and we ensure that we have the accountability we're talking about, because we've put measures in place that we now don't have, that we have effective oversight on our executive so that we're not perpetuating this dictatorial type behavior that we see, and that there are mechanisms for us to have a say to shape the rules that will affect our lives. The rules that can create the economy we want, that can lift our standard of living. It is when we do that, we will have a new constitution. Now, whether it is substantially borrowed from abroad or whether we've evolved those by ourselves is a detail. But the question is, what is it that will change what we have to something new? And I think that what I would consider to be new is strengthening those governance arrangements and ensuring that we have a constitution that is of the people, by the people, and for the people.
No, the problem is that the one we have is not by, for, with the people.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So let me bring Isat in. Isat, your comments regarding the what you've heard so far regarding the Constitution.
So I want to start with the accountability. I just, I don't want to dote and gloat on the good doctor right now, the professor, Miss Rosalie Hamilton. I have to say this though. We always, and I say we as in we generally, we always use these words, and I don't think even the public, as they're using it and asking for it, we don't know what they mean. And so what you have said is accurate, and I would adopt it 100% on the point of accountability. Couldn't have been said any better. The problem is, as a nation, do we know what it is that we want? Do we know what it looks like? Have we identified it? Have we defined it? For instance, I have heard competent people misuse integrity, and as if integrity is a standard only for our leaders. I humbly would say integrity is a self-check mechanism, so that I always, big up Faye, my helper, use her as a standard of what integrity looks like. The fact that I can leave money in my house, and if it's missing, I have to say I wonder where I put it, but it has never come to my mind that she had any part in the money disappearing. The dishonesty, honesty, and integrity is one and the same. A lack of integrity is where is dishonesty, and that responds to corruption. So I don't see something tainted. I'm going to say something because this is general. I don't see something tainted by corruption is in any way possible qualified to entertain a document that I respect so much. That is the Constitution. That's a starting point for me. So now in transition to the constitutional aspect and the battle that I have with Mr. Rattigan, and sometimes I think we're saying the same thing, but we're not. I just want clarity because I really wasn't here, so I just need some assistance from you. Are you saying at this time our country should take on that constitutional amendments or constitutional change? Is that your position? I just want to that.
Yes, absolutely. I fully agree with the government's framing of the issue, where they talk about the most comprehensive and meaningful, the most meaningful and comprehensive constitutional reform process that we've seen since our independence. That's what is in the terms of reference of the Constitutional Reform Committee. That's what I agree with. And I go further by saying, moving the king and creating a local head of state and or establishing the Caribbean Court of Justice is not enough. That's not in my book what you call comprehensive.
Okay. See, so you're agree. See, so you're back to where I was at the beginning. We know what we want. So if in the I use, see with me, because I'm trying to get there. We use clickbaiting. So when we surf in the internet, if we see words that we like, that excite us and entertain us, we click it. And then we start to look at the substance of the clickbait, and it just isn't there. So while I agree that there are things we need to do, removing the king for me is superficial. Saying that this is the most comprehensive thing when I think that the amendment of the charter, the inclusion of the charter 2011 is the most substantial and significant thing that ever happened, which has caused our constitution to be the most revolutionary, progressive, and prospective instrument in the modern world. And I say this respectfully to say, what is it that if it is working for the people generally, what are you amending it for, and for what purpose? Because they usually say if something isn't broke, don't try to fix it.
Yes. Well,
but so I'm seeking guidance in that.
So for me then, I think that these two changes that are on the table, moving the king as head of state, does not address the issue of governance, and questions of accountability, and questions of strengthening the voice of the Jamaican people. Those issues are not addressed. What it does is it gives us a head of state that we know, that is Jamaican, that we now have to decide what powers that individual gets. Now, there's a lot of discussion about whether that head of state should exist with the current kind of parliamentary arrangement that throws up a prime minister, as in some countries. So you have a head of state versus and a head of government. Now, if you elect such a head of state and you have a prime minister elected in the way you currently have by a constituents, then you have two individuals in which you now have a debate about who run things, right?
They're both elected, yes.
Absolutely, because you give me the national mandate, everybody elect me, right? Now, how can a prime minister tell me what to do on behalf of the people who elect me? So you have a problem right there, right? And there's some other issues that are associated with that. That's one. And if you decide you don't want the prime minister, right? Let's have one head of state. The question becomes, what powers
will that head of
give that head of state? And if you're not careful, you end up with the kind of presidential powers we see in other countries that have produced dictatorships. And so we have to be very careful with simply using these labels from other jurisdictions about a presidency and a this and a this and a this without understanding our problem.
Right.
And our problem we can describe because we live it every day. You see people, just yesterday, I think I was looking at a video about a woman in the craft market, and she's saying, listen, we don't, since COVID, we can't make it. We can't make it. Why? Well, we are now watching an industry that we created being taken away by others who are benefiting and we're not benefiting. And we have no mechanism in which we can influence those decisions so that we are not left out. People are saying it in many ways in different spheres of their life. We need to listen to that. And with the legal skills some of us bring and other kinds of skill, translate that into a legal framework that will give us a voice. So for example, mechanisms like petitioning, so that that lady in the market has an opportunity to say when a decision is being made that is in the interest of tourists or whoever it is, whatever is coming to Parliament, they can say, hey, this is not affecting me. You need to understand what is happening. This law or this decision that has already been made or is about to be made, this is how it's impacting my life. And that experiential knowledge of our people. This is not about degrees and so on. We have that. We have it in the public service. Our best trained people are in the public service, right? And they give the ministers technical decision, but it's very opaque. It's very macro. We don't understand and we don't have the information typically. How does it affect Sister Jane in South Clarendon, who live against a river that flood every day, and so on and so on. Now, she needs a mechanism to come to Parliament or go to the minister and say, hey, this is what is happening. And if our representatives are to represent us, they must listen to us and find solutions to these problems that affect our lives.
Let me jump to Lion. Because I'm sure he wants to join the conversation regarding the Constitution, because in my discussions with him, it's abundantly clear that he has an opposing view to some of the views being espoused right now. So let me see if Lion is going to prove me right. Lion, your turn, sir.
This is a setup,
No.
Lion, watch it.
This is a setup. But, but Isaac, welcome. We're glad to have you here. But, yes, Rattigan is absolutely right. Sad to say. I can look at this in a very straightforward kind of way. There's nothing new under the sun. The point that I'm making is, no matter what kind of constitution we might tinker with, it is going to be a combination or a hybrid of existing constitutions somewhere, some part of the world. It's not going to be, Eureka, nobody has seen this before. That won't happen. With that being said, we agreed a few minutes ago that the Constitution itself is a mechanism of neo-slavery, and I'm paraphrasing. If that is so, we should not be tinkering with the shackles of slavery as to how better it can fit. But to get rid of the damn thing completely. We have to be bold. I know starting all over again is going to be tough according to the music, and my good virgin Rattigan as a musician, a spinner, probably know the music I'm quoting, right? Starting all over again is going to be tough. But nevertheless, you can love again. Here it is. Jamaica is on the threshold of what real freedom is going to feel like. Let us not look back and try to fix that. When Rattigan used the car analogy a while ago, I wanted to go a bit further and say, sometimes you need to just get rid of the damn car. Completely. Too many fixes, too many problems, and too many moving parts taking you to a precipice. Get rid of the car. Now, here's what we're going to say. Herb made a reference to the American Constitution, and in your response, Dr. Rosalie, you rightly said that the American situation involved a genocidal move on the indigenous people there. But hey, I got news for you. That's the same thing with Jamaica. It's no different. We are being systematically eliminated by a genocide that has been prescribed in black and white, called a constitution. We have to get rid of that, man. We couldn't say don't that we can come and formulate a structure of governance and how we intend to reach a goal that we want to set for total liberation by ourselves. We must can do that. Why we're still trying to hang on to this glorious shackle? Because if the Constitution is glorious and it is a shackle, a glorious shackle is still a shackle. It is well crafted, I do agree, but on whose behalf? The slave master or those that are supposed to be free? It is well crafted because something entrenched in that garbage, whereby there's no way you can come out of slavery unless that constitution is placed in the garbage. Let us understand what deeply entrenched means. That if you don't have a collusion between the GLP and the PNP, followed by a referendum, the errors that are inherent and representative of slavery can never be changed. My argument, get rid of the damn car. I prefer drive a donkey, but it must be a donkey that I born and raised. I see it raised and feed it. I prefer a donkey, but not the one what somebody give me. I don't even want them give me a donkey neither. I yield, I guess.
Well, let me say,
Me first, please.
let me say that I don't see any disagreement with respect to the need to create a new constitution, right? And let me point to one important.
I'm happy, Rosalie.
No disagreement. Here's the point, and I made the point that if you set up a constitution, if you continued a legal arrangement in a constitution and tweaked it along the way, and you have what you have today in 2024, you ought to have a different document if you create a framework in which, for the first time since 1962, the people of Jamaica shaped the constitution. So let me just stop right. So for me, we can agree that if we put the people of Jamaica to shape a constitution, we provide this extensive education, public engagement, and so on. We have national constitutional conferences and so on. Other countries have done it, right? We will get a different constitution. And the big difference is we, the people, created that constitution. And that's why I ended what I said a little while ago by saying we are creating a constitution by the people, for the people, in the interest of the Jamaican people. So that's what is new. What we will differ on is that the constitution that we currently have is properly crafted. Because I can tell you, as somebody who studied the constitution, I still struggle with some of the provisions that I don't understand.
I agree with you.
So that's where we disagree. But I hear you. So I am all for it. And I mean, I want us to move beyond, the words and the language, throw it out, dash it away, tear it away, and so we can say all of that. But in the final analysis, what is it that we're doing? We are creating a document that we want, we the people want. And once we have that, if the people want some of the old provisions, then that's what we want. If we want to kick out the old provision and put in some of the new one, that's what we want. You said it when you started just now. You said that no constitution is going to come up with a brand new set of provisions that no country has ever seen before. So we're going to get, provisions that are mixed, and we're going to get some creative provisions. So for me, the litmus test of this idea of a new constitution is a constitution that is made by the people, and we can all agree, yes, we had an opportunity to have our voices heard, we engage, we know that some of us don't agree with everything, we're going to disagree and so on, but that we create some kind of a consensus and say, all right, we ain't going to settle this matter, so let us agree on this consensus. This is not about a consensus between the JLP and the PNP. Right? And therefore, once we are clear that that's what we're after, then the rest is up to us. Because if the Jamaican people keep their mouth and stay out of the process and don't push to make their voices heard, we'll be left out. And I am proud of what I've seen so far with respect to Jamaicans, because when the announcement was made last year by the Minister of Malaf, who forward with the responsibility for the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, and she said, we have reached a consensus. The Jamaican people asked, with who? And that started the conversation about the need for public education. And to today, we're still engaged in that conversation, and we're still very dissatisfied that after spending $1.6 billion in the establishment of the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs to date in terms of the budget, we have yet to date not seen a comprehensive education campaign to ensure that the Jamaican people understand and is fully engaged in this process of constitutional reform.
Let me jump in and say a few things here. First of all, David, some must wave. David, my brethren, big up yourself. So I wave to you, yeah. Big up yourself and your family. I won't call your last name. Don't want to get in any problems. Now, a while ago you said that, Rosalie, you said if people keep their mouth, they will do so at their own detriment. You also said that when the minister said we have reached a consensus, the people in a loud chorus said, what consensus? We weren't involved. And it brings me to this question. How can the people reach consensus about something that they don't know about? And here is the point I'm making. I will submit to you that upwards of 70% of Jamaicans have never read the Constitution, much less understand what's in that document. So, before we can talk about reaching consensus and all of this, isn't there an education piece that needs to be done before we can move forward with that? And after you answer the question, I'll bring Herb in.
Absolutely, and I repeat what I just said. We, the taxpayers of Jamaica, have spent $1.6 billion to date, budgeted money, our money, to have this ministry lead the process of constitutional reform. And to date, we're talking about 2 years, I think the ministry has been set up, right? We have not seen a comprehensive campaign on the Constitution. That speaks volumes. And I'm saying that's unacceptable. So I fully agree with you.
Well, that's why one of the reasons why we had ISAT do the section on the chart of the fundamental rights and freedoms, so that he can explain to our people their rights under the Constitution, because a lot of them don't know. And ISAT and I, we're going to get together and do another piece, as you and I spoke about, in terms of not going from the beginning of the Constitution to the end, reading it like a novel, because I don't think it's wise to do it that way, but to look at the connecting pieces of this document, because you may have something in page 1 that connects to something on page 31, not necessarily to page 2. So we're
Let
going to
me,
be.
let me just jump in and commend you on this. I really want to commend you on taking on the responsibility as you ought to, as an owner of Jamaica, right? The responsibility to educate the public, to take Jamaicans through the Constitution and to have these kinds of conversations. That's the responsibility, not simply of government. So as much as I'm critical of the government, because I think that our tax dollars ought to be allocated to this task, and it's much more important, I think, than the kinds of spending that I've seen in certain areas. We don't have to list them here. But if we think that our democracy is enhanced and enriched by the voice of the Jamaican people, then we ought to create a constitution where the framework for the engagement of all of us, how we live together, how we govern ourselves, etc., should be put to the people, full engagement and dialogue, and then we get to that consensus and a new document down the road.
All right, Herb.
Yes. Okay. Interesting conversation, Professor. But, having come from a system where I've seen them cut to the chase, let's talk about, Mr. Rattigan mentioned, up to 70% of the people not being involved. I submit this to you. If only 30% of the people in Jamaica pay their JPS light bill, does that mean there's only 30% of the people who are responsible enough to read or to listen to the reasoning behind the Constitution and the changes for the Constitution? We know there's a problem with literacy. We know there's a lot of folks leaving high school where only 44% of them can comprehend or read. So how do we resolve the problem of an uneducated population and folks, as Jeffrey would say, the Vumbava and the Vumbavi living up in the hills, who believe that nobody except them should be the ones to influence and create this constitution to their liking? And what right would somebody on the lower class have to tell them how the country should be run when they're not even paying taxes? I mean, you got to cut to the chase. You got to look at the hard facts. How do we communicate with each side, with each party, to get consensus?
Well, I think part of this dialogue is about that, because I think it has to start with information exchange in ways that, we can understand. And if we're talking above people's heads, then we find ways and means of engaging at the level that people can understand. And I think in that context, we need to bring everybody on board. We need to bring our musicians, we need our artists, we need different segments and sectors of the society to be engaged. I mean, people in the churches. I have in fact engaged conversation about the Constitution in the church and the way they try to grapple with some of the moral issues of integrity and so on through their own lens of their biblical and moral compass are ways in which you engage people. So I don't think there's any magic solution, and I know that this is not an easy task for the government, because the truth is, as you know, some people are not listening to the government. The distrust of government is high, and it has been very high for a long time. The belief and trust in even the democracy is challenged from the data we've seen. So that is why I pause to commend Wilfred and all of you who are part of this process of public education, because we have to see it as our responsibility. There are people in the audience today who would listen to you and not listen to the government for whatever reason. And we have to understand that if we are all going to be part of this new Jamaica with a new constitution, then all voices must contend, including the voices we don't want to hear. And it is how we engage and the creativity that we bring to the engagement that I think will be able to overcome the barriers. I mean, I've heard of people, I mean, obviously social media is a big place, people are using that now and so on. But, you know, there are different ways and we just have to find it. As long as we have a view that all of us need a fair shot, and bear in mind that some people, no matter how much you talk to them, no matter how you give them an opportunity, they will not take it. We understand that, but the important thing is that you give them an opportunity.
Now,
Isa?
from what
Oh.
I can see, that all of the consultations with the population will eventually result in a referendum in 2025. Am I correct?
I don't know that. I know that the minister has said that she intends to table a bill in the first quarter, I think was her words. I'm not sure. We'll see. She had announced that it was going to happen, I think, in about October last year, and it didn't happen. So we will see. At some point, if we are to change the constitution, we will have to have a referendum. That's the current law. And so whenever it happens, I think the challenge for all of us is, will we be ready? And I urge Jamaicans not to wait for people to educate you. If you're interested in this process, if you see that if you feel you own Jamaica and you have a responsibility to fix the country, then you go online, download the constitution, download other constitutions, understand the role and why countries have constitutions. Start there. What is it all about? And drill down into it and engage conversation. Have your own meetings. Invite people you know who can help you to think through these provisions and what this thing is all about. And I think the more we do that, and we get the help from government through a massive campaign, I think we will solve the kinds of issues you're struggling with.
I have a question for you before I bring in ISAT. It's funny because one of my sisters, Maria, she just put inside here that, when you mentioned that, hey, you're an owner, she said, yes, you're an owner with no standing. And I found that funny, Big up yourself, Maria. Making Jamaica the jewel of the Caribbean. That person put in, what must be in the new constitution? I think that's a broad question that's beyond the scope of the time that we have here. Because then it would require starting from the very first chapter all the way to the end. So while I understand the question, I think we're going to defer answering that question until another time, because Isaac and I, we're going to commiserate, and we're going to collaborate on doing another piece of the Constitution.
Can I just suggest a quick approach in terms of my own answer and the answer on behalf of the Advocates Network? We've made a submission to the Commission, which you can share with the audience, Wilfred. And that's a perspective in terms of there are some preamble provisions and there's some core provisions, and we suggest that there are others. It's not it's exhaustive, but it's our view.
I'll share it with them. Maybe next week I'll share it with them. But here's a question coming to you from Jamaica. There is enough data in Jamaica to show that inequality, and this goes back to your question about the disparity, that inequality has been on the rise. This has been a major issue in our society. How do we fix this issue in such a complex global environment dominated by capitalism?
Yeah, well, that is a big issue, in terms of the competing set of information that's out there, right? Part of the reason some people don't know anything and are tuned out, and no matter what you say to them, they won't, is because they're hooked into other things. And I want to argue as well that a lot of the main thing that many people are preoccupied with is how to earn money and live in the society. you know, and I know that I have experience trying to invite people to meeting and say, boy, I don't have to work, you know, and so there's a lot of competing information. There's a system that we're part of that demands that for us to live every day, we need to earn, and that takes priority. And you know, everything else kind of is on the side. So it is difficult, and I think what we have to do and what all countries do is work with the activists, you know, the people who are decide that they want to get involved and, you know, rumble, and that's what who wins come out. You know, the winners are produce the outcomes.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned activists, and I know a lot of people waiting to hear what's going to happen next week, Friday, in Miami. So people, go tell your friends, your neighbors, while we're having this discussion, that we are going to get to that segment where we're going to talk about, you know, the plans and keep informed, not only about Miami, but DC, New York, London, Toronto, and our planned engagements with lawmakers. So now let me just go to ISAT, because it's his turn. ISAT, please.
Oh no, this is unfair. I'm so overwhelmed. I had so much to say. Well, let me start with lion. I've never seen a lion riding a donkey. So I reject that, Mr. Lion. But I just want to respond to say this. We have to be careful not to speak broadly when we're discussing the Constitution, because I just need to tell you, the Constitution is my saving grace. The Charter, I really think that our lawmakers, they wanted to prove a point in response to the Pratt and Morgan situation, the fumbles with Hines, which was the gun court case, and we had some constitutional violations. And then there were a lot of decisions made through the Privy Council that I guess they were unhappy with. I'm speculating. I wasn't even thinking about law. I was still watching cartoons at this time, to be honest with you. But when we think about the Charter, and the starting point of the Charter is that it is the protection of human rights. It's so revolutionary. And it is the saving grace from the arbitrary use of states of emergency, the needs when you saw the things when governments tried to be totalitarian, authoritarian. That very constitution, the very charter, section 13(2)b, say, hold up, slow your roll. This is the check and balance. The Constitution is the done of all dons. So when Lion says it's a slave, it's a shackle, it is only a shackle to government. It is the Constitution as it is right now is only a shackle to governance. And so I just think that I agree with everybody that we want to have a constitution that is inclusive, but actions speak louder than words. When they say, I worry that a bill is going to be tabled and there are parts of the Constitution that can be changed without referendum, and they are free to do that, and it's within the constitutional mechanism for them to do that. So there are people who will be unhappy with the good minister when she comes and she says, this is what we propose. We have heard you, but this is what Jamaica needs. That's absent the type of consultation that Professor Rosalie is actually suggesting. In fact, there's a certain comfort that comes with the argument as posited by Miss Hamilton, Professor Hamilton, but it's Rosalie. Not what, all right, thank you. Now I get permission, I can say it. You know, I'm on glass these days, but what Rosalie has put to us is something comprehensive that we actually envision. That's the type of comfort, because it means inclusion for everybody. So then I don't have to trouble Rattigan and the entire diaspora, and then I won't get no KFC later. When I said, listen, you don't have a dime or a letter or a 50-cent stamp. You don't have standing. Stay out of this. This is for the people on the rock. And then you sound like we dismiss you. And then what about the people below half a tree? What about the people in spaces where we do have two Jamaicas? We have people saying, I hear you said something so profound about speaking the language of the people. There are people that, and I won't use them on this platform, but there are people who you have to use their language for them to understand. When my mother used to say it's time to go bed, nobody hear her, but then when she say you're deaf, and she have the belt with her, we all know what time it is. So there is a language, if you want to call it love language, that you have to speak for the people. Even where public education is concerned, you can't educate people who love football unless you speak football. All they know is football. How do you translate the Constitution into that? Then you have the patois. Then you have the dance hall. Then you have the persons who don't speak but need sign language. Then you have, just the language to communicate the importance of what we are trying to do. But what I have to say is, I just think that our country at this stage is not ready for the type of constitutional change that is being envisioned. And here's why I say this, and I know people will shut me down, but I am afraid that as it is right now, and I'll say this, as it is right now, the King of the Commonwealth is a superficial position, albeit as it is held. You really still have to join the line to get a visa to go and see your king. I accept that.
Including the Governor General.
Including the Governor General. Even if it is a process and he will get it every time, it is a bit offensive. I will accept that. So I won't be cute about that. But my fear is that when you remove the king, I'm on this platform every week, and persons have a problem with the Speaker of the House, who is the wife of the Prime Minister. And lo and behold, what would it then be when the sister of the sitting Prime Minister is the president, and the monarchy has been formed? Because the Speaker of the House and the Prime Minister and the sister of the Prime Minister hold all the positions, and it is okay to do. And then who do we cry to? Who do we cry to when somebody says you use language and you don't need a career, and you have to go on a plane and run to make a complaint elsewhere? But then the keepers of justice says, hold on, my son. Our judiciary is here for you. I'm just saying. And for those who, as you said, they have issues that some of us can't relate to, but who will advocate for them? And I know Rosalie is going to say the advocacy network is here, and she's right. But the voices are too many, and we when I say this, I always get beat up. Well, let me speak for myself. I'm uneducated in so many things, Professor.
We all are.
Exactly. But when I say it, somebody say, oh, true, you call people uneducated. No, every week I learn something new, and I learned something today, and it has changed my approach just from this conversation. And the spaces that we need to have the conversations are just never really there. And language is important, because it's difficult to say to persons, for instance, and I'm not taking shots here. It's difficult for people to understand that because I am an attorney, I know nothing about cooking. So I'm uneducated where cooking is concerned. And so when it comes to public education, the dynamics of teaching people is so important. And I just think that we have to fix that. And Herb says, I said, don't fix it. We just need to take them out and start over. But I see Paul Bogle and George William Gordon said, no, we can't have that anymore, because they took them out.
Absolutely.
And we that's never the conversation. So even as I'm saying, we're taking the Martin Luther King route. Yes, they took him out too. But that's not for us. We need to use the documents that are significant. And the last thing I will say, Lion, is that constitution that you talk about, that Norman Manley and Howard Cook and Florizel Glasspool went to the Queen and says, write this down. This is what we want. For whatever reason, they understood as far back as 1962 that it was important to let the poorest of us know that you are the human and the people who represent you are the creatures. And the Constitution refers to governance as creatures. And if people appreciate that, they would know the power of the Constitution as it is right now. And the changes that we need to make could never be superficial. And I just rest right there that we need to understand the document that we're talking about. It's every day the interpretation. It's open to interpretation. When you offend it, it is void to the extent of the offense. And you can offend it by inference. You can offend it by clear language. But what interpretation matters, context matters. And as soon as we understand what is in it, people can say, well, leave this and leave that. And so it could never be a 2025 benchmark for what is being proposed. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
If I may, just two quick points. I think you're raising an important point about human rights and the human rights provisions, the latest significant change that we made to the Constitution. And I think that came out of a fairly extensive conversation. Some people think it still was not robust enough, but it was certainly much more than we had in 62. And, some people are fairly satisfied with it. And importantly, it speaks to the rights and freedoms of our people. And we saw new provisions in the Constitution that we never saw before. And I think that that's an important perspective that we should put on the paper. And when I talked about what happened in 62, where whatever the percentage was, don't get me wrong, it was 70%, 8%, whatever it was, but the Constitution was substantially the same as it was prior to 62. It did not have the Charter of Rights. Right? And so we're talking about a document that was essentially a colonial document that was used as the legal framework to oppress the majority of Jamaicans. So having said that, the other part of the Constitution, there are two things constitutions do, mainly. One is to talk about these rights and freedoms, but the other is to talk about the mechanisms of government and governance. And that's where, and you've pointed to it, that's where there's a problem. So when we criticize the Constitution now, that's the focus. And I think ISAT is reminding us that there's a piece of the Constitution that we ought not to treat it the same way. And I think you're right. But importantly, that piece arguably is more important because that's the mechanism that can change overnight those rights.
Right.
Right? It's the people sitting in parliament can say, you see them rights that you have now? Boy, we're going to rein them in. Right? And we have problems. So to me, and this is why, when we talk about throwing away constitution, so on, so on, the devil always is in the detail. And when we get down to it, the key thing is, what is the governance arrangement? What is this relationship between the people of Jamaica and the people we want to govern us and to act on to represent us is perhaps the better language. We know the story of our governors. We not want them governor, right, from the past, right? But what kind of relationship do we want? Do we want people to represent us by simply voting every now and then, allow them to do what they want to do, and 5 years we'll come back and then we either vote them out or vote them in or whatever? Or do we want an arrangement in which there's an ongoing engagement so that they understand where we are on the decisions that they make on an ongoing basis? Is that what we want? And if that's what we want, we do not have a constitution that enables us to do that. And that's why one of your comments in the chat was, we are owners without standing.
Mm-hmm. Diane.
Yes, I am a little bit perplexed with what I'm hearing because I'm getting a lot of mixed messages. In one breath, it is fine. In another breath, it's got to go away. It's part of slavery. But it is a wonderful instrument, and a lot of mixed messages. And by the way, my good friend Isaac, I've never seen a lion. I've never seen a lion driving a car either. All right, that's to say. Okay, just look at Burkina Faso, an African nation, wanting to get rid of French colonial domination. You see this intellectual exercise that we're having right now? The ordinary person can enjoy it. They have not been equipped to. Therefore, the type of participation that would include them would come down to some simple argument. We're tired of this thing from 1944. We don't care who make it or who related to who make it. But we need to get it off our back completely. I summarized Isaac's commentary a while ago with what his final statement was, more or less. And I quote, I hope I'm quoting you right. Whatever adjustments to the Constitution that is going to be done, and this is where I quote you, it can never be superficial. I agree. And it also serves to say this. If it is not a cosmetic adjustment you're making to the Constitution, making it look better, nice and look good and so on, you need to get to that. If you have to do something and it can never be superficial, that means it is going to be a critical operation. The patient, Jamaica, might not make it. Let me ask Dr. Rosalie this question. Do you have, and this is not personal, I'm talking on just the level of the discussion we're having, to get some clarity. Do you oppose getting a brand new constitution for Jamaica?
Well, again, what we back at where we are. What does that mean? And I suggest that we get a brand new constitution when the people of Jamaica shape the constitution. That's our constitution.
Hold on. Let me assist a little bit. Let me assist a little bit, Rosalie, if I may. When I say a brand new constitution, we don't want to be speaking about a reform. If it's not a reform, it's a brand new constitution. Whether or not it is a compilation of existing constitutions, indigenous ideas, what have you, right? Two things are on the table. Reform, new constitution. What say you?
I have said, and let me also suggest that the Constitution Reform Committee has used the term, if you look at their terms of reference, they use the term new constitution as well. So I can say I want a new constitution, but I am not sure that's the same thing. What I want, and I'd like to see, is what the Constitution Reform Committee wants.
Let me clarify.
And I'm not sure if what you mean by a new constitution.
Let me clarify. Get rid of the colonial.
Fully agree with that.
Constitution.
Get rid of the colonial provisions in the Constitution that does not represent.
Just pretend it never existed. Do we have a problem with that?
I do have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. But
Rosalie, I can tell you this. We can shake hands now. We can shake hands.
Yes.
Yeah, we can shake hands.
Right,
you don't have a problem with that. Neither do I. But it is hard. And the type of politics that we are in, the politicians have crafted this thing where they can speak through the two sides of their mouths, defending the two sides without committing to the other. And it's like a man having two women and none of them is really benefiting from having a husband because they're both being used. And that is the type of language that the politicians have skillfully crafted upon the Jamaican people. It's either you're going to tell them, say, look, man, this thing has entrenched slavery further. Or no. Or you're going to say, it didn't. All we need to do is to make some adjustment. I yield.
Right. All right. So we agree we want to get rid of the colonial provisions in the Constitution. Full stop.
Yes. Full stop.
Herbalist.
He's in research.
Muted.
He's on.
I was asking ChatGPT, Rosalie, about the participation of people who might be literate in the constitution reform process. And what ChatGPT was pointing out to me was the fact that Jamaica has a 88.1% in 2014 was the adult literacy rate, which means that 12% of the population over the age of 15 lack basic reading and writing skills. So it may not be as bad as we think. But how are we able to communicate the changes to that 12%? Especially if the person who could lead a revolt resides in that 12%. Now, we don't think about these things, and then we get surprised down the road when something happens. And inclusivity is supposed to be what we're all about. But I use the example of paying light bill because it's in line with the numbers of people who voted in the last general election. So we're shown in Jamaica we're at 25 to 30% participation in the system is what we're about. And that, if we're leaving 70% or more of the people behind, and if we don't ensure that we can get a turnout like we used to have in the 60s of over 70% in a referendum election, we can't get that kind of participation. It means people are not interested. It means people are totally disenchanted with the system as is, and they choose not to participate any further. So what are the dangers that we're facing, and what is the leader or fearless leader, Member of Parliament Malibu Fort, doing about covering this base? It's very important base.
What? I didn't hear the last question.
In other words, Malibu Fort, that's her name?
Malibu Fort, yes.
Malibu Fort, yeah. What actions has she taken to ensure that the people that may not have a clear understanding or may not want to participate, which goes from 12% to up to 70%, how does she get the attention of those people to ensure there's no blowback later on?
So one way that the Constitutional Reform Committee has tried to engage the Jamaican people is literally going to the parishes, having town hall meetings. There was one in Montego Bay and so on. We had been very dissatisfied at the fact that it took place after some announcements were made. We also were dissatisfied that there was no adequate timetable and announcement, because sometimes we heard it's the next day and so on. There sometimes was no, so there were issues, but they've done something. I'm not going to say they did nothing. What we are saying in the Advocates Network is that what we've seen so far is adequate, totally inadequate, totally inadequate given the challenges that we face, given the educational challenges as you've raised, given the complexity of the constitution that we've inherited, the complexity of the issues that flow from these changes, given where we are, and so on. And so there's much more that needs to be done. And I think members of the Constitutional Reform Committee have said as much. They have argued that they want to see, and we've heard them on public platforms saying that JIS is about to roll out something. We've still not seen it. So that's the conclusion we've come to in our press release, that having spent or the budgets for the last 2 years of the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs of $1.6 billion, we think that the single most, if there's one measure of success that one could use in that, for that ministry, it would be the extent to which the Jamaican people have been educated, brought aware, give some understanding of this process that we're about to go through. And I think on that measure, they fail.
I saw it. You want another question? I'm sorry. Hold on a second.
I was going to just say, is it possible that they could do a survey by actually running some kind of pseudo-type constitution and have people in various, well, here it would be the zip codes in the U.S., it would be the Kingston 1 through 10 or 12, or how many areas we have to include the other 14 parishes, to include the other 13 or 12 parishes, rather. Is there any way to do that, to actually do that type of paper survey and have people respond?
There are lots of things that can be done. In fact, if you go online, you'll see what, for example, Barbados is now trying to do. They've made their change to the head of state and created a republic, but they understand that there's more to be done, and they've started a process, and there's an online arrangement you can submit. There are things that are being done. We don't have to follow, we can learn from, but there are all kinds of ways that we can engage this process. And I think you should use the opportunity. The committee still, is around and is working and functioning. That I don't know if there was a deadline for submitting to the committee. I think I heard that. I might be wrong. Don't quote me. But whether the deadline has passed or not, I would write the committee and give them your suggestion. Because your suggestion, they'll look at it, and if it can be done, then hopefully they'll follow suit. And if not, then at least you've gotten an opportunity to have them listen to you.
Yeah, they probably would need the participation of the gleaner and the observer as a minimum to make distribution. Yeah. Thank you, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it.
Yeah, again, I was saying the struggle, and I think I'm in a space where Rosalie has made it quite clear the struggle that we're having on the ground. And I'm not plugging anything but to say context really matters. Because when one document says we're going to give you a new constitution, what does that mean? How can we be satisfied that we are saying the same thing when the people say we want a new constitution, and then the committee says we are giving you a new constitution?
Yeah.
Similarly, the dissatisfaction from the advocacy network is a genuine and real one. I have never been to many of these platforms where the moderator, i.e. Mr. Rattigan, who gives you an opportunity to speak and ferret your points out, no matter how long it takes, it allows you to develop it. When you go to these town hall meetings, and I'm sure Mr. Rattigan and Herb can tell you, when it is that the council that is having their town hall, they have their hands up on the Zoom or whatever, and they never get picked. And then they say we had a successful town hall meeting. But a successful town hall meeting without the representation of the people could never be an accurate thing. But then it cannot be left to being statistics. a number game. We had 40,000 people in Montego Bay, but of who? Does it include the 12%? Does it include people who, yes, we can read and write, but do they have critical thinking skills? Do they understand? I've been in many spaces where I hear if you ever go to a science fair and hear them talk about whether it be robotics and astronautics and the excitement that they have, and you're standing there and you go, oh yes, I love it. But you go home and say, you know what? Let me just make a little tea and eat my little KFC because I don't know nothing that happened there. So I can't include myself in the conversation and I cannot contribute because I simply don't understand it is above my capacity. And so for what it is, and recognizing that we do have 2 Jamaicas existing. 3, if you take Herb's contribution to say we are out here and we want to contribute, we are a part of this, and don't let nothing happen because we're coming home soon. It's 3 Jamaicas that's existing, 2 on the inside and 1 outside. And who is the reform for? Have we had communication? Have we put things in context? And it's just too many logistics that's not being complete. That leaves us at a place where I can say that I'm now clear in my mind that when I'm speaking, the charter is of fundamental importance because it protects all the classes of people we're talking about, the bright, the illiterate, the whatever you want to call them, any discriminatory term you can use, the Constitution protects them somewhere. And if that is the starting point, we can't throw it out like is rubbish. And when we keep talking about shackles, but the Constitution shackles the shackler. And I just keep saying that. So we need a new constitution. Who will give it to us? That matters. Are we ready to take on that? Is mature consideration identified as maybe constitutional amendments 2030? Can we do it like that? Why are we in a rush? Because Barbados is differently situated. There's only 200,000 people in Barbados, but there are 5 million Jamaicans in the diaspora, probably more, and 3 million, and we are growing. We are culturally different. And so I can even extend that to Trinidad respectfully. So their successful republic, their constitutions are significantly different from ours. And we have a lot to think about before we just rush into it. And I will advocate for that. Safe to say that I wouldn't be who I am without the 2011 Charter. I wouldn't have the opportunities as a son of Jamaica without the Constitution, and the people behave as if it is nothing. And I just feel some type of way about that. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, let me do this at this point in time because I don't know how much time Rosalie can spend with us. Let me just open up the phone line, Rosalie, if you don't mind, and just take a few calls. We won't open it for long because we have to get to, we have some videos to play. I think we have to get them before 8 o'clock because otherwise Kevin is going to leave me. And we can't afford Kevin leave me.
I won't be here until 8. Sorry.
Leave him, show me up, so it made me look like a done spot. All right, let me just put up the banner. Okay, folks. All right, there's a phone number. Yeah, it's 667-369-8569. So,
all right, I'll just take a few questions and I have to run. All right, so, all right.
Sure. All right. If we don't get any phone calls within the next minute or so, I'm just going to turn off the phone and then we'll just wrap up.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Yes, caller. Good night. Was it night? Evening. Welcome to Rattigan. Where are you calling from, sir?
Christian. Are you hearing me?
I beg your pardon? Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yes, go ahead.
New Jersey.
Okay, go ahead with it. You have a question or a comment?
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead,
How
please.
can we have people who is dealing with the Constitution? Question.
Yes, go ahead. We're listening.
How can we have people dealing with the Constitution and doesn't know the role of the president?
Well, I think I know who you're referring to. That's a good question. Is that the question?
Yeah.
All right, hang up and we'll have Rosalia provide you with the
Okay.
answer.
That sounds like a quick trick question.
Your question. Yeah, I know. But go ahead.
Well, let me say this. If we agree that a constitution must be shaped
Oh,
by the people and reflect the will of the people, then all of us with all our limitations also have the opportunity to influence it. And I don't start by the assumption that only people who are educated something good to say. If you're a human being, you have human experience and you will
caller,
describe
turn on
that.
the device, caller.
And
Turn on the device, please.
right, and that you can engage a process in which you can share your views, and importantly, those views can be incorporated in the decisions that we finally make. And I think we should all be clear. It's obvious, but I'll say it anyway, that all our views will not be incorporated in the Constitution. It cannot realistically. Yeah. So what we really want is a process of engagement, similar to what we're doing now, where we're exchanging views. There may be differences, but as we talk it out, we can see that, there's some consensus. Lion thought he was disagreed with me, but we agree that we agree. And so we can work through some of these things and come up with a document that reflects our will.
All right. Caller, good evening.
Yes.
Welcome to Research
Good
Rattigan.
evening.
Where are you calling from?
Georgia. Hello?
Yes. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Yes. I'm calling from Georgia,
Yes.
Atlanta. This call is for Isaac.
Isaac, come back. He just stepped away. By the way, let me take the opportunity to say that Lion left us, but he will return. So those of you
Okay.
wondering where did he go, he'll be right back. But Isaac,
Yeah.
Isaac stepped away. What's the question? You can ask the question. Maybe someone.
Okay. I'm gonna say I'm fully done. I don't have a high school college
No
degree.
such thing. No such thing.
You hear that? You hear that? Rosalia said
No
there's-
such thing as fully done.
But the reason why I said that, I'm not, but I'm the reason why I said that, because if I'm a private sector and I'm gonna build a prison, I'm gonna build a prison with for free, and I don't get anything back from the money that I put in the prison, because basically what I'm seeing, they said the private sector gonna build a prison in Jamaica, so I'm gonna build a prison. So how am I gonna get money back or get my return back from that money that I'm using to build the prison?
All right,
Because
Isaac.
I said there's no money. A private sector is gonna build it. So
Sorry about that.
Isaac, do you hear the question?
I didn't hear. I just heard something about prison, but I didn't. If you can repeat it, please.
Again, caller. I want him to hear
Yeah.
your words. Yeah.
okay, I said this one is for you. I saw the Prime Minister. Yeah. Okay, I heard the Prime Minister, the PNP was talking about the private sector is gonna build a prison in Jamaica. So, and they said there is nothing coming out of it. Is it gonna go like they're gonna build it for free? And I'm saying, who is gonna, if it's a private sector gonna build a prison, don't he's gonna want his return back to come back to him? He's gonna get his investment back to him.
All right, caller.
All right.
All right. I'm going to listen to the answer,
Okay.
please. All right. Good, Isaac.
These are heavily charged questions. I probably should seek legal advice before I proceed. But here's the thing about private prisons. Private institutions are usually governed a little bit different from the public institutions, and even the rights that follow from it is a little bit different. I am not against a privately run institution. I think maybe when they have the privately run institutions, then Grace Mackerel and am I plugging right now, Rattigan? And a little KFC may very well be available within the institution, so it might not be bad. The problem that might occur, and it might not be bad initially, is maybe it will be a place for the BPO, which might be the proper place for the outsourcing, and they can
this.
extend it in that situation. I hear somebody talking, so
No, go ahead. The call is waiting.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe it's not necessarily a bad idea, but I think the better thing is a response to that. I think you said that it was the opposition who was propositioning that. I think that the response to that is maybe there should be a reopening of discussions with I can think of 3 first world nations, that is the United States, Canada, and the UK and the United Kingdom, who are sending home returning residents because of deportation. That may be a better arrangement to build the prison like the one that Ampina rejected would probably be a little bit more for first instance a solution to the prison problem. We could speak more on that, but it can be problematic because if a private institution wants to build a prison, obviously they want to be able to run the phone system. I don't see nothing wrong with that. I think Digicel and Flow should be in the prison systems because they get access to monitor calls that way. And when you think about the food and the commissary access to stuff like that, I think maybe PriceSmart could do that, or one of them. And Fontana, they can provide the pharmacy. All right.
Caller, go ahead. Where are you calling from? Good evening.
I am calling from New Jersey.
Yes, sir.
And a gentleman asked Attorney Hamilton, made a statement to her about the chair of the constitutional reform. But maybe Isaac could back me up on this, but said person was a constitutional reform minister in charge of the thing, was deemed, if history serves me right, unqualified to be puisne judge when the Honorable Prime Minister then Bruce Golding nominated her for that position. How can we have eminent jurists and constitution lawyers like Dr. Lloyd Barnett not be in charge of it? Because, it's like, you're saying a ES scholar student with a Dunstag knapsack to run the thing, and this is what it is, so that's, we just got to call a spade a spade. Minister of State of Foreign Affairs was summarily dismissed out of that position because she was, incompetent in that sense. And I can say that from personal experience. So that's a question. And if someone could do the history of it, she was not recommended by the Jamaica Bar Association as unqualified to become a puisne judge. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, sir. Rosalia, you want to attempt to answer that one? Isaac just stepped away.
The only thing I can say is I don't have the facts. I don't know the situation that he's speaking to, but I can say that there is some discussion about the appropriateness of the minister leading the committee. There's been discussion about whether the committee should be led by someone like Dr. Barnett or some other person, because it ultimately reflects the dominance of the executive in the discussions, and that the outcomes of these discussions will go to the executive. So it's kind of like, you're leading the discussion and you're pretty much shaping the discussion as the leader, and then the information goes back to you and your colleagues. So there is some concern that people have raised. I've not really heard a lot of concerns and discussions about her qualifications. I'm not aware of what was raised. But I can say that there are some people who would have preferred somebody else other than a representative of the government.
Okay. Caller, good evening. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good evening, Jamaica.
Yes, caller, go ahead. Do you have a question, a comment?
Another fully done. Do we need a constitution to change, or do we need to be unbiased with what we have? Because what I discover is happening is the corruption involved in everything. So what applies to me does not apply to you. What applies to you does not apply to Ms. Hamilton. The way how it's being handled, it denied. You're not seeing equal rights and justice. That's all we need, equal rights and justice. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. That is what. This is not about changing constitution with what we have now. Things being handled by, well, we don't have segregation now. Well, we would love to think, but what we have is classism. So is it really changing the constitution, or equal rights and justice is missing? Okay. And that's why I spoke to you a few days ago, Mr. Rattigan, and I'm saying we need a final somewhere, something unbiased, where it's all well and good that Paula Llewellyn have a beef with somebody, and she have the wherewithal to bring it to court and in no time get it justified. But with all that is going on, our Marlene Fraser, which is the late Marius Dean mother, get justice. Her child was murdered, beaten, unconsciously, didn't gain consciousness before he passed away. Over 8 years now. How does she understand all this discussion? How she manage that? And I heard the Prime Minister saying that he's going to something about corporal punishment, that like family grow up, because he's what I get from him. What is going on where crime and violence is concerned is like children who coming out of home who experience corporal punishment. There is no one size fits all. I came from out of a home where what them said, don't spare the rod and spoil the child. We got it. Boys and girls got it. And we're not a problem to society. Okay. You understand? So it's not a one size fits all. All we need to apply is equal rights and justice to have a better Jamaica, a better world, you can say. Okay. And I ask again how all of this discussion going on, this lady, Marlene Fraser, I think she named. And I don't know her per se, like, more like that to talk to. Right. But her situation, I have reason to keep referring to her story. Right. People is making millions out of ganja now. Right. And she lost her son for a burnt cliff.
All right, I'm going
to leave it right there. And she cannot get closure for more than 8 years now.
All right.
Come on.
All right, I'm going to have to leave it right there, but thanks for the call. I have to go run and grab some other calls, all right?
Okay, sir.
All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Germany. Good evening. Wonderful show tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to make a comment and say a very big thank you to all the members on the panel tonight. Thanks to Dr. Rosalie Hamilton from the Advocates Network and for all the questions and everything that went on. The comment I'd like to make as a member of the Advocates Network is to implore every single listener tonight to make sure they do not stop advocating for a big rollout of an educational program for the masses in Jamaica regarding the Constitution and regarding any kind of changes, to incorporate discussions and to make sure that it's not just done and just thrown out to them. That's what I'd like people to start and to stand up for and to welcome advocacy. As Dr. Hamilton says, in a lot of cases, advocacy works. And the CRC listened to Dr. Hamilton's suggestions. Like she said, they're still working on things, but do not stop trying to know what's going on and calling for that educational program.
Right. Right. I agree with you.
So I'd like to commend the team tonight. Wonderful, wonderful discussion. And from all sides, you see, we all learned something when we can talk like this. These are the town halls that we were looking for, where you take time for discussion, and even the people who can't read can say something. And then we can understand where they're coming from. As you say, we're not going to agree on everything, but people get a chance to feel like they are creating the part of the constitution that they feel not working for them or should be better, etc. And then they'll have that discussion about how it's gonna work. So it is gonna be a constitution by Jamaicans for Jamaicans at the very local level. The Advocates Network even started the discussion about to do the Republic or not in the schools, for example, through a debating competition. Right. Hats off to them, and that's all my comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Georgia, Mr. Rattigan. Good night to you on the panel and Dr. Rosalie.
Good night, sir.
I have a suggestion here, and it's a lot of confusion where the Constitution is concerned. And I think, what about them doing it in piecemeal, right? There is some that's saying losing the entire Constitution. There's some that's saying keeping some of the Constitution. So how about, say, this is just, parables, say Section 1. They rewrite Section 1, bring it out to the public. Everyone look at it and said, okay, this is what is added to the new Constitution. This is what the old Constitution is. Are we missing something? Do we need to add or subtract anything? And then we continue until we get a complete Constitution. What do you guys think of that? I would like an answer as to if that would be a good way going forward. Then they're just going around the country, just having all these town halls. But from the town halls, there is nothing that is presented.
Okay.
That's my thing.
All right, thank you. Rosalie, Aisat, who wants to take that question about doing it in a piecemeal fashion and then bringing it as you finish it to the public, and then eventually you complete the document?
Look, it's somewhat similar to what I was indicating, because you have to have some concrete feedback. I don't see how you're going to have concrete feedback if you go visit a town or some district when people are away at work or they tied up 12 to 15 hours a day working, and they have to look after their families afterwards. You're not going to get a very good turnout. But if you can leave, if you can make some change, and you can then present that in paper format, which is, it's just like a paper ballot. There's no mistakes. You get it right. If you can make change and you can leave it and get feedback, and if you're thinking of 2025 having a referendum, we've got maybe 18 months. We can do this. And you can put it out in each area and get some indication as to whether you have 70, 80% agreement, which would pretty much be carry the day. Now, if somebody like I think it's Anderson that does the polls, or what that judge's name is, he's more suited to create something that the government wants out there, or that the constitutional committee, reform committee wants out there, that they can put it out and they can get instant feedback through different media. Doesn't have to be, they can scan the paper in and send it electronically, or they could send it out electronically and get it back that way. And then in other cases, ensure you get leaflets out there with the information and get feedback by them simply dropping the leaflet back off at the local postal agency or post office. But you need something more concrete. And that way you can always say, hey, this district received so many leaflets and we got 80% back or 70% back, and that pretty much would be it.
All right. I thought, Rosalie, you have a response to that? The question asked, a piecemeal approach.
Well, again, I think there are several approaches that could be tried. That's certainly one. In the final analysis, it will come down to drafting. And we either see a draft in full at some point or pieces that leads to it. So it could be done on a piecemeal where you look at a certain section and have debates and conversation around it. So I would want to suggest the caller, Herb, write the committee and put it to them and engage the conversation about, how we're going to get this document that we want. So those to me are reasonable suggestions.
Are we guaranteed that we have standing to do that, Professor?
Win the case first.
That's a matter for the court here.
Yeah.
I would the piecemeal approach. My thought on a piecemeal approach would be for them to present a draft of their new constitution. And it's a simple thing. You have your new constitution, and we have these nice PowerPoints, and we have these nice big screens. You have them in a lot of squares and stuff like that, and you put it up side by side. Maybe present your constitution, and then we put the old one up, and we put the new one up, and we said, this is what we changed. This is what it looks like. Let's have the conversations there. I think that would be a good solution in terms of getting people to understand what is happening and what change looks like. But to go one chapter at a time, we would be doing this even in 3034.
Rosalie, I have a question for you that came in by text. Where is it? Oh, here it is. It says, I'm concerned that no concerted effort is being made to engage young persons in the discussion on the constitutional reform. Ask the panel about whether the University of the West Indies has been having these engagements with the students. You know anything about that, ISAT, Rosalia?
Well, the first thing to note is that there is a youth representative on the Constitutional Reform Committee. And that young person has been engaged with young people across Jamaica, including at the universities. But in addition to that, I know of engagements at the University of Technology, Jamaica. We at the Advocates Network have held constitutional debates with young people, sixth formers in high school, about the Constitution. And there's similar discussions and debates that have taken place at UWI. And there is discussion going. In fact, just today I was told that NCU is about to have a constitutional discussion that I'm aware of. I'm sure they have had it. So it is taking place. I think, as I said earlier, churches have done it. They've engaged young people in that context. We can always say that more needs to be done. And that's important given the magnitude of the problem. But there are things that have been tried, certainly with respect to youth engagement. And, we can always say, well, maybe more should be done.
Look, Rosalie, you've been with us for the better part of 2.5 hours, and I really want to thank you. Unless if you want to stay longer, that's up to you. I know you're a busy woman.
Yes.
And you may have engagements, but you're invited to come on. You're invited to stay, including now if you want to.
Well, I do have to run now. I have another engagement to go to, but it was a pleasure. Thank you very much for having me, and I commend you again on using the platform to deepen our understanding of these issues and to create a framework in which we can engage and agree to disagree, and also learn from each other. Thank you so much.
Here you go, though. Let me just ask Isat and Herb if they have any parting words for you before you rush off to your next engagement.
Professor, I just wanted to prepare you for the ultimate argument that could happen, which is, like I say, in that 12% of the population could be a leader, but somebody who's going to be more radical and mold this population together, because the Jamaica population is not together, right? They're so splintered because of politics and because of colorism and because of all these other isms that they might be ingrained with. But think of it. You've had leaders in Africa that just came out of the woodwork and said, we're going to have education, we're going to have health care, and that's the predominant priority here. And it happens. But eventually they get removed. And you're right. You don't want to start one guy knocking off the next. The what we call the South American system. One guy goes in and then he gets removed, the other guy goes in, it just keeps happening. But we need to dedicate time that shows how we're going to get the rest of the population that have been ignored for decades, how we're going to have them catch up. And it's not just about the Constitution, it's a lot more. And the people do understand, because they do.
Yes, I just want to say it was a pleasure for you stopping by, and believe me, you have changed the narrative, including my thought process on this whole constitutional amendment. That is what we hope for in terms of moving the conversation, but just generally continue to do the great work that you do. The advocacy network is definitely necessary, and it is a voice for the voiceless. And we appreciate you and hope that you can stop by a little more regular to give some balance and nuance. I've had a whole show without Ampina. and
you're starting something now.
I have to warm up Ratty now, but I say that and it's a pleasure that you have set the stage for giving persons an opportunity to consider what is it that they actually want their constitution to look like, because certainly the communication thus far hasn't been one of inclusion. And I hope that the government can adopt that, and that the advocacy network will continue to do more to have the people know that the inclusion includes them. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I'd like to say one thing to the second caller who defined herself as fully done. I'm repeating the point. There's no such thing as fully done. But she said an important thing. She said it really does boil down to equal rights and justice. Mm-hmm. And I think she's capturing the sentiment and the essence of what Jamaicans want. We want a society in which we can live decently, we can live without fear, we can live in a society that treats us all fairly as human beings. And that the question for us, and the question for you, Isat, who particularly who are, feel comfortable with the Charter of Rights, is how is it that we have a good Charter of Rights, yet the Jamaican people don't feel that they have the rights that they deserve and that they don't feel that they're equally treated. It suggests to me that we need to look again. We may have to do more, but importantly, we need to ensure we have a governance framework that can tackle this issue, that can ensure that, people who see themselves as fully done, I don't like the term, I don't like to use it, but people who feel, and I see this as a code word to say, listen, I'm really not there with all of you on all those things. This is my reality. And we need to be able to engage Jamaicans who are telling us something and we're not hearing. And so I want to say your voice was valuable. You're absolutely right. I fully agree with you. It does boil down to these important concepts like equality, fairness, justice, and our humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Good.
All right.
All the best.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Almost asked if you needed Starlink, but I realized that wasn't the case.
No.
You know, I just want to say this in transition that Maria Williams, you know, she said it in her she said it in the comments many moons ago that all the talk about constitutional amendment, and even if we get the best constitution, if the people who are set to execute it don't follow it, it would be much ado about nothing. So I'm in agreement with her. She's in the comments, and yeah, it just never missed my mind that I'm saying keep the charter, and see I get hit in my face because Rosalie says just before she leave, even though we have a good charter, it's not working for everybody, and it's not being respected. And the answer to that would have been what Maria Williams said.
All right. Well, again, thanks to Rosalie for showing up. As always, she's on top of everything. Very concise, very comprehensive, and she has made us smarter. She's given us food for thought, and we always look forward with great pleasure to having her here with us. Now, let me just say, like, share, and subscribe to the program, people. We have 1,758 people. We expect the number to increase, but I don't think we have enough likes yet. So I'm going to suggest that you go ahead and just do. I think it's just a click of a button. I don't know much about technology, but this is what I've been told. So go ahead and do what's necessary so we can increase that. We were, before Rosalia came on, we were talking about Dr. Francis's letter. And then we also discussed the article written by the Minister of State and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Let me just switch a little bit here and just say that, as promised, I sent a communication to the DPP yesterday seeking a status report on the prosecution of the former Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and that is none other than Mr. Leslie Campbell, and also former Speaker Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. As we're aware, the DPP refused to prosecute, or declined to prosecute, Mark Barnett from the National Water Commission, president of the National Water Commission. And it's the correct decision because the statute of limitations expired. The government was supposed to bring the action within a certain time period. The government didn't, and that's the end of it. However, there may be other laws under which he can be prosecuted. And I hope that issue and the issue concerning the prosecution of Dr. Grace McLean, we're not letting her go. Dr. Grace McLean, former acting permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education and Youth. They were supposed to bring an action so that she would return the funds that allegedly she disbursed to a company that she shouldn't have. And they had 3 years to do it. They waited too long, and the case was thrown out. So, but I'm being told that there are other statutes, there are other laws under which she can be prosecuted. So we're hoping that, we'll hear from the DPP, at least regarding, Mr. Leslie Campbell and Miss Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. Now, regarding the Mark Barnett thing, as I've said, it's the fault of the Integrity Commission, and the responsible members should hang their heads in shame. Their performance, or the lack thereof, in this and other investigative matters are concerning, or is concerning, to all of us. Some have accused the Integrity Commission of dragging its feet on this case, the Mark Barnett case, resulting in the action taken by the DPP. Now, is it funding? Is it the lack of competence? Is it the absence of enough qualified personnel? Is it fear? Was it deliberate? what exactly happened. And if the IC, the Integrity Commission, realized that the statute of limitations expired, it shouldn't have presented the case to the DPP. It should have authored a scathing report and exposed the violations committed by Mr. Barnett and seek to have it prosecuted, but not under the statute where the statute of limitations expired. It should have brought the matter to the DPP. No, instead, it brought the matter to the DPP to weigh in on something it should have known would have been denied. So on this one, folks, don't blame the DPP. She did exactly what the law required. Blame the Integrity Commission. And that's where I leave it. Now, tonight, please tune in and join me. Oh, by the way, as a reminder, there will be no Reason with Rattigan next week, Saturday, and no Relax with the Rebel next week, Saturday night into Sunday morning. So if you're making preparations to listen to me and the panel and others next week, Saturday, cancel. We won't be around next week, Saturday. The following week, we will return. But tonight, please tune in and join me and thousands of listeners on Reggae Global Radio and Relax with the Rebel. This is a long weekend for those of us in the United States. It's Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, man of blessed memory. Because of the long weekend, I will be on for 3 hours from midnight to 3. And tonight will be a continuation of the last 2 weeks of reggae. And I'll be playing your favorites from the 70s to present. Believe me, you're going to dance like never before. We are going to start slow and rev up the thing. So join us and the thousands of regular listeners and supporters. And big up Reggae Global Radio. Now, I'm going to bless up some people. Bless up Mama Eileen and Papa Trevor and fast asleep because it's Sunday morning where they are. Ma P, big up yourself. Michelle, Desmond, Paul, Ma Jean, take it easy. Mrs. Nelson. And of course, Mr. Baxter and Angela. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, Raleigh, Minnesota, stay so, the Rollington crew, and all the crews watching at home, in the bars, markets, and other public venues. Rasclem, big up yourself. Thanks for the interview this morning. Welcome back to the airwaves. Well, it's digitized now. Merlin, Dorette, and the Manchester crew, big up on yourself. All People Radio in New York, Grooving Radio up in the Northeast. And Troy, yes, Ziggy, big up yourself. Craney, Jerk Chicken Mikey, and all of the supporters, well-wishers, and advisors. The General from Rollington, can't forget him, you know, and the family. No, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch and we're going to talk about, I'm going to slowly ease into the, as Carlos just instructed me, the worldwide protests. But we have to start someplace. So we're going to ease into it, but I want to play a video first, and then I'm going to show you some things that have been concerning for years, and it should come as no surprise that the real diaspora is doing what ought to be done. Big up yourself, Mr. Bram. You're not beating a cake tonight, so I expect if you just rent a tile and do your thing. All right. Okay, now here we go.
Free of charge. If you implement this secret formula, your country will succeed. And I capture the secret formula with the acronym in English, M. Singapore has gone from being a third world country to a first world country. I'm going to share with you the secret of Singapore's success free of charge. If you implement this secret formula, your country will succeed. And I capture the secret formula with the acronym in English, MPH. The M stands for meritocracy, Meritocracy means that you select the best people to run the country. And what brings many countries down, especially in the third world, is that when it comes to selecting the finance minister or the economics minister, they will give their jobs to their brothers, their cousins, their uncles, their relatives, and not to the best people. The second pillar is P, and P stands for pragmatism. But the best definition of pragmatism was given by China's leader, Mr. Deng Xiaoping. It doesn't matter whether a cat is black or a cat is white. If the cat catches mice, it is a good cat. So in the same way, it doesn't matter what your ideology is. If it works, you use it. You're not bound by any ideology. But the third pillar, the H, is of course the hardest to achieve, because H stands for honesty. And indeed, what has brought most third world countries down has been corruption. And so Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, after he became Prime Minister, made it a point to punish not the junior people, but the very senior people. And that's the formula for Singapore's success.
That's the formula for Singapore's success. The last one, honesty. Punish people at the top. Now I'm going to show you something. For all of those who have said and I've heard it, there is no corruption in Jamaica. I mean, I don't know what world they're living in, but I'll just show you something that's quite recent. And it's not one of those reports from, the corruption index people. And you know what? Here we go. This story was published on July 20th of 2021. Crooked politicians on UK radar. You really don't know who it's referring to until you move it up right there. And I'll read it for you if you can't see it. This section right here. It says, outspoken United Kingdom High Commissioner to Jamaica, Asif Ahmad, has indicated that local political figures are still linked to gun running and other illegal activities in Jamaica. This is the UK High Commissioner, just before he left, made a statement. So apparently the Brits are looking, or were looking, at some of our people, right? Here's another statement I'd like you to take a look at. Kevin, I'm gonna make this bigger so the people can see it. All right. If you can see it, it's fine. If you can't see it, I'll read it for you. And this was what, a month ago? It was there you go. Thanks, Kevin. Anti-Corruption Day. And it says, today we celebrate International Anti-Corruption Day. The United States and the United Kingdom are pleased to partner with Jamaica and all our friends around the world to combat corruption, promote transparency, and strengthen good governance. An important part of our partnership with Jamaica, its government, including the political opposition and judiciary, civil society groups, media, and all concerned citizens, is built around bolstering anti-corruption entities to ensure public trust and confidence in government institutions. Bolstering anti-corruption entities. That's the Integrity Commission they're talking about. Strong democratic institutions that endure no matter who is in power or what produces good governance and lasting change. Well-functioning systems where regulating authorities are empowered to investigate wrongdoing under a robust legal framework are important to protect the country against corruption. Now, here is the critical part. Second paragraph. We encourage and support Jamaican leaders across the political spectrum in their fight against corruption. We encourage and support Jamaican leaders across the political spectrum in their fight against corruption. The long-term success of their efforts, however, will ultimately depend on the Jamaican people. Citizens across the world must continue to demand progress from their governments on an anti-corruption agenda in support of democracy, rule of law, and a bright, sustainable, and prosperous future. Advancing transparency, consolidating the rule of law, and holding public officials accountable will ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity to prosper. Second paragraph. first two sentences. We encourage and support Jamaican leaders across the political spectrum in their fight against corruption. The long-term success of their efforts, however, will ultimately depend on the Jamaican people. When they say Jamaican people, they're referring to Jamaican people wherever, as long as you're Jamaican. And so we have taken this thing to heart. And I don't mean the organization. I mean, we've taken this thing seriously. And as a result of that, here's what we did. Most of you have heard about it, but there it is. Notice of demonstration / procession. This is what we have done in response to what the UK government and the US government said. They said people must hold government accountable. People must assist in the fight against corruption. And so this is notification, and it's also an invitation for all of you well-meaning Jamaicans out there to come out next week, Friday, January 19th, 2024, between the hours of 8 o'clock in the morning and 1 o'clock in the afternoon at 44 West Flagler Street. That's the location of the Jamaican consulate. And what will we be doing? We will be protesting. And what will we be protesting about? Lots of things. But if you look on this document, the main thing, crime and corruption in Jamaica. That's what we're going to be protesting. Crime and corruption in Jamaica. And we have other things as well. But this is a first step in the fight against, oh, Lion has joined us or rejoined us. There he is. This is the first step, or one of the first steps in the fight against corruption. I don't think you can find a single person alive, a single Jamaican alive, who will tell you that there is no corruption going on in Jamaica, no kleptocracy. I don't think you're going to find that person. And it's gone to the point where we feel we have to do something. And we're not waiting for bogus organizations to have discussions in back rooms, only to be invited to cocktail parties and then suddenly forget about the people in Jamaica, about the crime, about the corruption. We're not of that ilk. We're a different breed. So this is it, folks. This is it. First time it's ever been done in the history of Jamaica. First time. And before I move on, I'd like Lion, since he's just rejoined us, to give us his sense of the importance of this move. I'd like him to just explain to the people of Jamaica, why is it that we are doing this? To get the government to act in a responsible manner. Because right now we believe the government is just acting irresponsibly. Lion, the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, yes. I have a particular junction from which I would want to start this discussion, or continue this discussion, really. 350 pipe bombs were found. And they are, as far as we are concerned in the public, missing. There's no report, no follow-up, neither from the police, the government, nor the media. 50 assault rifles with armor-piercing bullet rounds were found. Planes are landing, crashing, no occupants found. boats coming in, sailing along the coast from one point to the next, no occupants found. And we have a government that is literally provoking the country to unrest. His behavior, and I'm talking the Prime Minister's behavior, is not consistent with someone who is seeking victory through the ballot box. Many of the things and the behaviors that he's exhibiting in public, the inconsistencies, the lies, etc., the arrogance, proves that this particular move, which is the voice of the Jamaican people, who have been curtailed and seduced, suppressed, and forced to withhold public opinion that would prove contrary to the government's narrative. The protests that we are doing now is of a divine origin. You know why? It is saving a lot of bloodshed in Jamaica, because if it started in Jamaica, knowing the climate that Jamaica is in, corruption-wise, it would not achieve what it's going to achieve this coming Friday. Because we know, based on history, this is not conjecture, agents, provocateurs, persons who want to just do mayhem upon the orders of the powers that be, who just come in and wreck the whole thing. And then everybody that is associated with it would be banded as you know, terrorists. Even although we had nothing to do with the missing fertilizers, the missing pipe bombs, the missing assault rifles, the plane landing and crashing, the persons coming beyond our borders, we're like a civil. We had nothing to do with that, yet we would have been branded as terrorists. Now, thank God, Rattigan has been moved to form the OJLDF. Timely, very timely. Not even Marcus Garvey accomplished a mechanism such as this. One that can force the hands of the oppressors to reveal that which was hidden. The truth that the people must know, that we are deeply embedded in corruption to the extent that corruption is our new slave master. And I make no apologies to King Charles III. What we are going to be doing in terms of a demonstration is going to not just echo within the halls of Garden House. Remember that we are part of a diaspora that is also of African nature. In fact, there is no separate distinction between Jamaican and an African diaspora. So this demonstration is going to go internationally to all persons like ourselves, citizens of slavery, under the guise of a parliamentary democracy, seeking total liberation, to follow this very same example of litigation, public relation, background checks, and yes, protest. It is quite evident in our history that had it not been for the fact that Marcus Garvey had went away to the US, he would not be on our currency notes today. If Bob Marley didn't go, beyond the shores of Jamaica to the said US. Jamaica wouldn't be having red, gold, and green in every nook and cranny, every corner that you can possibly think about, in the halls of government, in the halls of entertainment. And yes, it is the major banner for the tourist industry. We would not be having all of that if he had not gone far. The point is this: the diaspora has a very important role to play, and it is now being played. We ask people to join us in this move. Might cannot beat right. We don't believe in the being wrong and strong attitude. This is a message to the PM and those that support the system that he's trying to force upon Jamaica, that judgment has come. Call it litigation. The Magnitsky Act and the FARA Act are the only missiles that we have fired that has caused this upstir. And guess what? They have not exploded yet. When we meet together virtually and literally in South Florida this coming Friday, we will send a resounding call for the spotlight to be shed upon Jamaica, the beacon of the Caribbean, especially the English-speaking Caribbean, so that it can be rid of this disease of bipartisan corruption that has plagued this nation. Those that have died and those that are still alive, struggling for liberation. I beckon to every Jamaican and friends of Jamaicans to join this move, whether virtually, actually, literally. It doesn't matter, but join this move. This is a call for action.
Thank you, sir. Well said, well said, well said. See, you've touched some people in the chat, and I'm sure there are people you've touched who are not in the chat, because that message was heartfelt, and that message was an honest message. No drama, no flair, just telling it like it is. Thank you for that message, sir. Herb, you have something you want to say, my brother?
Well, we've been doing a lot of talking for the last 7 years. And you get tired of talking after a while, especially when your own Minister of National Security, in spite of all your efforts, stymied you back in 2016, didn't want to hear from the task force then, and he sure as hell didn't want to hear from the task force now.
Can you speak up a little bit? Can you move closer to the mic?
Okay, so with all of this shenanigans that they have demonstrated, anti-diaspora attitude when it comes to law and order, when it comes to good governance, they don't want to be called out on anything. And there are the detractors that are here in the diaspora that consistently try to tell you you're wrong. So we have tried to work with those detractors, and it's obvious they don't want to listen. It's obvious they want to play the PNP, GLP game, and we're just not in that game anymore. So from my observations, and that of many Jamaicans here in the diaspora, the time has come to take some direct action. This is as direct as we can get. We don't need to throw a brick through the window of any consulate to make an impact. We just need for them to look at the signs that we bring and for them to read the signs and understand that this is serious business and that you need to tell the government that the diaspora means business. And then the next step is to start a series of write-ups and visiting with Congress and the Senate and to get them to act. They can no longer sit by idly with these laws on the books, to include the one that the president signed just on the 22nd that will deal with the demand or acceptance of bribes from U.S. citizens, companies, or anyone located within the territory of the U.S. when made to obtain or retain business. So if you are Jamaican and you've been bribed or offered a bribe, well, look out. You need to report it because that is a part of the overall corrective issue that we need to address. And if they believe that this is not going to affect them, time will tell. That's the only thing I can say. Time will tell. Thanks.
I said, don't want to drag you in. I don't want you saying, well, you know the boundaries, so I'll just leave it up
Go
to
for
you.
it, I said. Just go for it.
To lose, right?
Herb, you can't tell me to go for it and you never send me a 6-piece. Come on. You have people in the comments telling me people who eat KFC don't have no sense. But I'm gonna behave myself because
just get your phone number.
Is watching. No, so I just wanted to respond to you, Herb, to say this. It's not as easy as you think about reporting corruption. There's no system in place for reporting corruption. So I want you to appreciate that. What we do know is that I don't even know if I'm saying this right. The system or any system that is in place, if corruption is at the top, don't expect it to be fixed at the bottom or anywhere else. What it is reflective, there's not much I need to say because it's there in your face, it's there in the space as to how the law works for some and works for none. And even as it plays out, some of it is laughable. But what I will say or what I will comment on is as we approach next week for something that is so significant and monumental, it is always an honor to be a part of that which is great. So much time that you don't want to miss it. The last time a protest was this big was when Taylor Swift had her concert and Beyonce had her tour. It's that type of vibe that is coming. So the result of it is that I expect that the protest will cause the diaspora to sit at the table. And when I say the diaspora, I'm talking about the diaspora, not the diaspora, the real people who are out there that really want change and really have a voice. The interest, and it's about ownership of your birthright. And so you have a right to inclusion, and I think it's a starting point of the very conversation we were having with Rosalie earlier about the constitutional amendment and the importance of Lion saying, hey, throw it out. It's the conversation that when the ideas come together, we know that inclusion includes those who are not here right now, because you are the people that keep this country going. There is no question in my mind about that, which is why we have to look to action speak louder than words every time. As we process that in the coming week, it's just ironic that this thing is happening at the cusp of local government election. I'm raising it now because I saw a young man crossed the floor as a counselor. He was a JLP counselor and moved to a PNP counselor. And his comments were about not maintaining connection with, he wants to keep his integrity intact. That's a signal of what he feels about his party. But similarly, persons would have crossed the floor from the opposition to the governing party and made similar statements. So where are we on the line? But to say that the concerns raised by the diaspora, the issue of standing, the not accepting the lack thereof, and even how Rattigan in spaces this week, where persons are saying, hey, like George William Gordon and Paul Bogle, a him and the Sam Sharp in all of this. So he has to be saying, listen, I'm just letting you know that the diaspora at large is having a problem, and we are just one of the voices and one of the outlets of what is really going on. So to see that you have to be proud of yourself. And remember, this is where I'm going to interject and say this, and no, I'm not being hypocritical. The purpose of these conversations, is for a better Jamaica. It may very well be that when the chips fall and people exercise their right to vote, we may end up with the same government, but with a different attitude. Or there will be the change that we want, i.e. the People's National Party comes in, and that's going to be the determination is going to be made by the people. When the professor was speaking about inclusion, and when I heard speak about the 12% and the 80% literacy, I always remember that at the end of the day, the government in place is at a 38% voting of vote. The population who voted was 38%. So if people are awake and people have their contribution and people understand what it is that they want to do, change is going to come. But I can tell you this, somebody said to me that they're hoping that they can look at CNN and Fox, to CBS, all of them, to see the impact that this first monumental protest is going to carry. And it will be impactful. And maybe my first question to the diaspora is, what is it that you hope to change just by starting this worldwide movement? I call it the stadium wave. What is it what's the first thing you want to change? And no, it cannot be not a dime nor a letter or a 50-cent stamp. It must be something more significant than that. And so from where I sit rhyme with eyesight, but from where I sit, I know you can appreciate that I am in Jamaica, where freedom of expression is non-existent. I still watch my words, and they will beat me and destroy me and all of these things. But to say that we depend on you guys and count on you guys to be our voices when we can't speak. Thank you.
All right. Let me just make a couple of points here. I'll leave the question, what do we want? What would be the number one change? I'll leave that for Lion to answer. So Lion, Lion, is well versed on the subject. He doesn't need any time to think. But let me just make a few points, Lion, before I bring you in. People have been asking about live stream and media. Yes, we're working on that. People have also asked, because the permit is up to 49 people. So they're saying, what do you do if you have a overflow? We have a plan to deal with that. So don't worry. Just show up in your tens and your thousands. Don't worry about that. Let me just say something about the Consular General, Oliver Mayer. I don't know if he's listening, but maybe his colleagues, his family members are listening, and they can convey the message to him. This is not about the CG. The CG is well loved in Florida and beyond Florida, because I don't live in Florida, and I love what he's doing because I've been following him. The man is out there in the community. He's available. He's approachable. He's smart. He's everything you would want in a diplomat. So let me be absolutely clear. This is not about him. It's nothing personal. It's about the business of the Jamaican people. So I hope he doesn't take it personal. And if he does, he will get over it after Friday. He will get over it. The most important point I'd like to make this juncture is this. It's a very serious point. I have a very dear friend who's a senior JLP member. And I need everybody to listen to me carefully now. And he and I, we've had discussions about, my involvement. And of course, he's expressed his view, and I've expressed my view. He issued a challenge just now. He said, "You're lucky if you get 20 people out there." He said that. He said, if you get over 20 people, you would have won. And then he said, okay, I'll give you 22, because he said, and I'm being very generous. People, we have to show up. We have to show up. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. We've been talking for far too long. Now is the time to show up in our numbers. Now is the time to let our voices be heard. Now is the time to let them know that we're serious. Because otherwise, well, I don't even think otherwise, to be honest with you, because somebody asked me that question recently, and I said to them, listen, a man was lost, Marcus the Great said it, a man who has lost confidence in himself has lost twice in the race of life. There is no lack of confidence around these parts. We're supremely confident that we will achieve our goal. We have no time to think negatively. None, because the lives of the Jamaican people are at stake. Megawatt, you're right. If the people don't come out in numbers, the fake diaspora will look like the winner. So wherever you're coming from, New York, DC, Maryland, Virginia, Jersey, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Mississippi, Kentucky, Louisiana, California, Canada, UK, wherever you are, hearken to the message. You have to be there next Friday. We don't believe in failed efforts. We do not believe in failed efforts. And therefore, it is your duty. If you didn't know you have a duty to do this, now you know. You have a right to protest in this country. And it is your duty to come out and protest, because we are protesting against what? Crime and corruption and other ills affecting Jamaica. And this is nothing new. We've all talked about it. Every single one of you listening to my voice and watching me, you know that there is corruption in Jamaica. You know that there's a problem with crime in Jamaica. And you also know that a lot of the politicians are involved. And that's why I'll turn my attention to the CG. He knows. I will speak for him. I'll speak for every Jamaican now. Then every single one of us, we know that there is corruption in Jamaica. We know that there's a crime problem in Jamaica. We know that there's a problem with poverty. We know that there's a problem with service delivery. We know these things. But what have we done? That's the question. What have we done? The people, the so-called elected officials to represent the diaspora, what have they done? Nada. Nada. With Joan Green, short notice, can't get time off from work. Send somebody if you know anybody who, close by. And I can tell you right now, I don't live in Florida, but I will be making that trip. I will be making that trip. And some people say, hey, you know, worry about your security and them this and them that and that and that. Well, let me just say this regarding security. We are in contact with the police. The FBI office is not too far. And we have some people out there. So we don't expect any incident. We don't expect any. It is going to be a peaceful, it's already illegal, not illegal, a legal demonstration, and it's going to be peaceful. So CG, we will get there before you get to your office, but we're not going to block you or anything like that. We love you. And we want you to get in and do your work. And in fact, if you want to come out and take pictures with us, that's fine. I don't think you want to do that. But if, you know, in case you want to show you that you have a spine and you can align yourself with the people of Jamaica, then fine. But we don't intend to intimidate anyone, to threaten anyone. That's not going to happen. And the final point I'll make before I bring in Lion is this. This is not, and I've heard it, this is not a Rattigan demonstration. This is a global demonstration on behalf of the Jamaican people. And it's been done by people who live in the area where the demonstration is taking place. So, for example, the people in Florida, they are organized, they are coordinating, they are collaborating, they are responsible for this. I will be there to show my support. Because when time comes for us to have it in DC, guess who will be there? Guess who will be organizing that one? Yours truly. When we have it up in New York, I might place that too. Guess who will be there? Rattigan will be there. And Florida, we can't let New York outdoor because New York, them already have a warehouse full of people ready to come out. So we have to do whatever we can do to make it effective and to let people understand that this nonsense cannot go on. The media piece, I'm being told that there are people in Florida working on the media piece. So people who are asking about CNN, Fox, and the local media, I think that's going to be taken care of. In fact, I got a text from someone from the Gleaner in Jamaica who's saying that he's asking his superiors for funding to come up and cover the march, because this is historic, people. This is historic. You cannot let this happen and you're not a part of it. You simply cannot. This is the first one. First one. So, but the Korean, let me tell you something. What God has ordained, man have to walk away far from it. So, and we believe that this is divine. This is divine because we have to do this for God and the people, and we're not do this for personal privilege, position, prestige, power. No. So whoever think them can come out and undermine this thing, let them try. Let them try. Because here's the thing, it's a free country. So if they want to have a counter demonstration, I hope they have the permit. But we are not focused on them and those. We're focused on we and us and the people of Jamaica. Over to you, Lion.
You know, I'm so far advanced stating by your delivery just now. I am just encouraged to continue along that same trend, unless there was a question that I was supposed to attend to. Well, did
the question was, you want, yeah, what do you expect to what change do you expect from the protest?
Well, first of all, the voice that has been silenced from 1944 will begin to speak. That's number one. Number two, the issues that the voice will speak about, mainly corruption, and in particular as it pertains to the diaspora, no standing, is going to be so seminal a contribution to the uprising of the Jamaican people. They're going to see an uprising that has never been predicted by the political analysts. And I must give credit where credit is due, because I recall when Bongo Jerry Small concluded a statement and said sooner or later the dam must what? Burst. The dam burst now, and I didn't predict it. They know it was coming, but not when and how. Not even ourselves knew. So this demonstration is going to represent the dam burst. People literally have been forced back against the wall, and their only choice is to go forward or die. And I think, based on the responses that we have received thus far, internationally and otherwise, in the smallest of areas, whether it's a bar or it's within places of influence, there's no way that they can put the genie back in the bottle. No way. What we will achieve is the leverage, not to negotiate, but to demand that Jamaica be set free once and for all. That is what we are going to accomplish. The mechanics of what is going to be in place can be discussed on another program, but as far as this is concerned, let us look at Burkina Faso, who broke away from France. They didn't intellectualize themselves away. The young man who led them, he didn't intellectualize himself away either. And neither was there this type of blood coup that they would have anticipated. But there's something very powerful when a people becomes united. No wonder they have this divide and rule policy from 1944 until now. Because when a people is united, there is no power on earth that can withstand it. Neither gun nor bayonets, bullets nor bombs. If Jamaicans are afraid of dying, I have news for you. Jamaica has already been killed. Jamaica is dead. It's time for us to be resurrected once again. And that is what we are going to achieve from this demonstration, this protest. Jamaica will be resurrected.
Yes, indeed, sir. Yes, indeed. Let me just say, Rosemary King in the chat, she said that if more than 22 people show up, I must tell my friend that the PM should resign. Big up, Camo. We hope to see you at the march. And Bunny Jump. We know now show up at the march. So if the man said 20, we will have 2 already. So we know we can count pound. Uno. So we are going to show them numbers. Them want numbers, we are going to show them numbers. Herb?
Well, if you know, I hate to disappoint the naysayers, but you know, they have to understand people have been holding things in for a very long time, and people want to express themselves. There's some who will express themselves. There's some who do not have the intestinal fortitude to express themselves, although they feel an allegiance to you, but at the same time, they won't come out because they're afraid. So we need to change all of that, Lion. And I believe when people come together in a common embrace, they're going to know and they're going to understand this is a great feeling, and we want to repeat this again and again until the message is heard and understood all the way back to Garden House in Kingston.
Yes,
That
sir.
is the bottom line here. You
Okay.
want Garden House to pay attention. And we are going to hope that they take the message positively. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over and figure out that people are too ignorant to notice what you're doing and you're going to get away with it. Things need to change. Absolutely need to change.
All
And
right.
that's the objective.
One of the things I'm getting a lot of calls from communications from people in Jamaica saying that they want to show their solidarity. Of course, they're not going to travel, so they're saying, is there something that we can do? Is there a color that we can wear next week, Friday, to show our solidarity with our brothers and sisters who will be in Florida marching? And the small group that we've decided that just wear something white. It's a white T-shirt, white shirt, that's fine. That will be enough. We'll see you. Everyone will see you. We'll know you're with us. Remember,
Do we have a copy of the messages that we put on the T-shirt that we could at least send them one or two?
we can talk about that later on.
Okay, all right.
A good idea. We can talk about that later on. But if you don't have something white, then wear the Jamaican colors: black, gold, green. And Jasmine is asking what time. Let me put the thing up again. There it is right there, Jasmine. Right here, Jasmine. Look here. Time from 8 o'clock till 1. Right? Hold on 1 second, folks.
Think people will start to assemble from about 7:30. And once you're fully assembled, then they move into position at 8. I think the office opens up at 9 to 12.
Yeah. They open up they're open from 9 to noon. And as I said before, we won't be interfering with their activities because we'll be outside the building. So there'll be no threats, no intimidation, nothing like that. We're just gonna march. And like I said, all of you, I will be there. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you. I see we have 1,941 people, our devices. So it may account for more than 2,000 people. If I can get half of you to show up out there, forget about what it says, 49 or less. Just if I can get half of you to show up out there, just think about the message that we will be sending to them. And keep in mind, this is the first one. This is a global movement. This is the real global diaspora. So we're going to be doing the first one in Florida, and then we have New York, we have DC, we have London, and we have Toronto. Yes, we will advertise on the local radio stations in Miami. Delroy Henry, yeah. If you want to wear, if you're here, if you're in Florida, yeah, we're going to be wearing a white T-shirt with a message on it. If you want to wear your Jamaican colors, that's fine too. If you want to wear your Jamaican colors in Jamaica, that's fine. That's good. So it's white or the Jamaican, because some people don't have a t-shirt with the Jamaican colors. Some people don't have a white t-shirt. So whatever you have, white or Jamaican colors, please wear it. Show your solidarity with us. Now, let me just have something important, something of equal importance. Well, it's not of equal importance, but I have something of importance I'd like to talk about now. For weeks I have a program. I have it packaged. It's called Prime Minister Wholeness, Corruption, and Integrity Commission. And I've completed the research, but every week there is at least one competing and compelling story that requires my attention. Hold on one second. Who's giving problems in the chat room? Herman Hyatt? Where is Herman Hyatt? Okay, Herman Hyatt. Okay, all right, fine. All right, there you go. So that program has to be pushed back for another week. But believe me, where's it in New York? In New York, it will be in front of the consulate as well. In DC, it will be in front of the embassy. What time in London? We're working on the times and the dates for those places. The only one that we have concrete time, date is Florida. We have places. We know where we're going to march in the other locations, but we just don't have dates or time yet. But once we do, believe me, you will know, and you'll have plenty of time to make arrangements to be there. So let me say this. The Minister of Information. Well, before I do that, let me play a video from him or by him.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Wow. It's worth listening again.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
Folks, that's the Minister of Information, Robert Morgan. I've often told people not to trust the words of politicians. He's a politician, and he was a politician when he said that. Anyway, he has been a catalyst for some of the things we're doing to hold the government accountable. He said we shouldn't trust politicians. You just heard him. And maybe we shouldn't trust him. He also said that my programs are always negative about Jamaica. But regardless of whatever derogatory remarks he makes about me, I will always consider him my chosen brother. However, my chosen brother, you must know that you'll never become my favorite minister. All of you know who that is, and she cannot be replaced. Anyway, in keeping with my brother's admonition, let me start by saying something positive. Actually, it's not even in keeping with what he said, but let me say something positive about him. And I'm speaking to him now. My chosen brother, Minister Robert Morgan. My brother, don't get upset with me for revealing the following information. My brother, Minister Morgan, I would like to thank you for working with me and the movement. And the movement is Dr. Francis, Wayne Lonesome, Herb, Carlos, Maria, Tigo, Lion, Chris, and others. I'd like to thank you for working with us for the benefit of the Jamaican people. I believe your quote-unquote constructive criticisms were designed to give us clues concerning the issues. Had it not been for you, I doubt we would pay serious attention to the applicability of the Magnitsky Act and other pertinent laws as vehicles to hold the government accountable. My chosen brother, some, even within your own party, have said you talk too much and without much facts. However, we say, please continue to provide us with clues because they're invaluable. We owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. And please continue to work with us, my brother. Thank you and blessings. All right. Let me open up the phone line now. And then we can start talking the business. So folks, don't forget, let me put it up one more time so you can see it. There it is. There it is. 44 West Flagler Street from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's this coming Friday, January 19th. The phone line is open, folks. 667-369-8569. 667-369. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Peace and love, Mr. Rattigan. Yeah, man, this is Charles again.
Yes, Charles.
One of your follower. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I just finished watch. As a matter of fact, I know it's still continuing. I'm watching it, but I want to go on the thing tonight. Is what Relax with the Rebel?
Yes, Relax with the Rebel tonight at midnight.
All right. Okay. All right. Peace and love.
All right, my brother.
So I can watch it on YouTube, right? That's what. Right?
No, you have to go to Reggae Global Radio. Just Google Reggae Global Radio.
All right. Peace and love, my brother. God bless, man.
Thank you very much.
Good job, right?
Thank you, sir.
And anytime you hear Charles, we learn some know me very well.
Well,
I support we learn some in many ways.
All right, my brother. Well, join us on
peace
Journey.
and love, all right?
All right, then.
Yeah, man. All right. Okay.
Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
You're calling from Jamaica, Kingston, Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, me have a message, man. Respect to Lion. I won't be there all this time.
Lion. We have him as a secret weapon, man.
Yo, dog, we are telling my youth. Go watch you now. God said I'm not coming on my youth.
God send me come. Then you're a lion.
You to life down in Jamaica,
Then you're a lion.
Go on with boy, my youth. Me I tell you, God said I'm not coming on my youth. When a great time, Marcus Garvey and all them prophets, they were passed through,
Well, we don't know about that, but we are trying. We are following them footsteps. We stand on them.
Okay. We are 54 years old,
Yes, my brother.
58 years old. We are 58 years old,
Yes, sir.
I know when me are saying, God said, no come on, see it there. Yes, we can't even we can't do no. And next door, me and you want to send the policeman come tell you that my bed, I can't go believe it.
Okay.
In Kingston,
Yes, my brother.
My youth, me I tell you, my youth, me tell anything me I do on Saturday and Rattigan. Me run the field to come catch your program,
Thank you, man.
Can't me drink every little thing coming up. I sit down in front of your TV, brother. I take in here,
I appreciate that.
God guide and bless the boy. Moon mind see what I do. Fifty boy, honor you, You have to get a medal, from the Jamaican people. I talk about from the high society. You have to get a medal from the Jamaican people.
I hear you, my brother. I hear you. I appreciate it.
I go baptized to the Almighty God. When we see Angie Wallace in
Well, turn down your device. Turn down your device. Huh? Turn down your device. We'll get the feedback. Yeah. Okay, all right, my brother.
Hear me talk to Rattigan. Come on. No, hear me talk to Rattigan. Me. You must tell me to turn down. Yo, may God guide and protect you, sir.
Yeah, man.
Isaac and all of them.
Yes, sir. Big up
See my
yourself.
wife here. See my wife here. I'm love. Take care of yourself, Mr. Ratty.
All right. Take care, brethren. All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
From Virginia.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah,
Go
I'd
ahead.
like to know, ordinary Jamaican could get like one of these letters personal so they can hang it on the wall so they can be proud of what y'all doing.
Which one of the letters? The one drafted by Dr. Francis?
Yeah, Dr. Francis wrote.
Okay. If you go to the website, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.org, OJLDF.org, the letter is there, so you can print it off.
All right, bless up.
All right, my brethren. Take care of yourself, yeah?
All right.
Mm-hmm. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Philadelphia, of course.
Okay, Philly. Philly in the house. Talk to us. We have ISAT here.
Good night.
I don't know. Oh,
good
Lion is
night,
back with us.
Mr.
Lion is here too.
Rattigan. Good night, ISAT. Let me tell you, and all the others that have participated in the program and have helped to make this a success week after week, Saturday after Saturday, Sunday, middle week, whatever. Let me tell you something. Joshua coming out and Moses, for rescue the people, from the hands of the wicked and the evil forces. Big up to you, big up to you, big up to you. Let me tell you, the people now beginning to realize, having a sense of hope for the hereafter and for the future. Question now. Let me get out the phone. Okay, regarding the Constitution, so much debate about the Constitution. And since the Constitution is what Jamaica, the country, has to abide and live by, where rules, laws govern, when will a conscientious decision be made about either modifying the Constitution, modification, or decide that there will be a new one? When? Because the debate has been going on and on.
All right.
And I think by now, are we going to wait until the new government take over? Because certainly not this one.
All
Not
right.
this one.
Let me ask ISAT. So stand by.
Answer
Right?
the question for me.
All
Thank
right.
you all.
All
Bless
right.
up.
ISAT. Yeah, you hear the question?
No, I never hear the question. My apologies.
He was asking about the timing of it.
The timing of?
The when we're going to get a constitution.
No, so that's what I was saying, that well, we do hear that the Minister of Constitutional Affairs and Changes is going to table a bill next month. What comes from that bill will determine what, if anything, new will happen. But I do suspect that there's going to be if the purpose of asking about the Constitution is about separating from the king, then that's going to be done by referendum, and that would come at the next election. So at least 2025 before seeing that.
All right, Philly, I hope that answers your question. If it doesn't answer your question, then call back, and then we can you can rephrase it, and then we can deal with it. We have time. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Mr. Rattigan, and I'm calling from South Florida.
Oh, yeah, show up for the thing, brother.
Oh, definitely, 100%. Man, I just want this. Well, there's so much that can be said and so much to be said. But I just want to tell you guys, thank you guys for all that you are doing. You, the panel, good night to the panel. Herb, ISAT, Lion, even though Lonesome not on there, Lonesome, and I definitely will be there next week Friday.
Bring your family, your friend, your neighbors, and if you have enemies, make up with them and bring them that day then.
Well, no, them enemy them can't bring to here. The politician much
Okay.
One more thing. Word of advice. Maybe you should use that from Minister Robert. Morgan.
Yes.
What you said about the politicians, you can have that as some kind of slogan, playing on the bullhorn or what have you. The media would also have a field day with that.
Yes, we're going to use it. And
all right. God bless you guys. You're big up on yourself.
Thank you very much, sir. Likewise. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, this thing a lion, this thing I look like it take off, you know, and like you say, it's like under the banner of God, and we don't have no fear about what we are doing because we know we are doing this for a righteous purpose, and we don't care about the naysayers. Like we say, we don't have side mirrors or rear view mirrors. We just have a windshield straight ahead, only way to go. Somebody said, honk your horns, blow your whistles, rev your engine, and your pod covers. Tony Barrett said, bro, devil are fret. Well, you know, you only fret if you have something for fret about, you know?
Yeah.
So, caller, good night. Good night. Welcome to Reasons, Rattigan.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Well, boy, I'm going to tell you, Jamaica, I come from. Boy, I love you. Daddy, you have a daddy. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you.
Yeah, my brother, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Mr. Rattigan. I'm calling from Hanover, Jamaica.
Uh-huh. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. You know, and this is what this kind of support keeps us going. You know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I just happen to know from morning I'm not eating now. I'm not feel hungry because I do what I'm supposed to do, which is I'm supposed to represent the people.
You need to come home, come join in the politics band. You don't have to come home, come take up some position here, because who they here is be a criminal, my boss. And they right now, I watch out for my TV right now, yeah, Isaac and Herb and Lion.
Right. Well, we have to start someplace. We have to start someplace, you know?
Once again, sir, thank you again. Yes,
all right, my
brother. And Ferguson from Jamaica, Hanover. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, man. Big up yourself. Talk soon.
All right, my boy. All right, my boy.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Yes, sir, Rattig, good night. I'm calling from Denver, Colorado.
Yes, sir.
Boy, I lift my hat to you and your panel a million times.
Thank you, sir.
Right now, the problem we in, every time we need to be rescued, it's coming from overseas.
Mm-hmm.
Dodos was Jamaica's biggest criminal, and if it was the US who extradite Dodos would still be a king in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So right now, what you guys doing? You're like Moses. Who are going to lead the people out of Israel?
Mm-hmm.
You can't have a prime minister. You cannot have a prime minister that his integrity is compromised. The prime minister hasn't disclosed or know his what's the document name? Cannot be verified.
Statutory declaration.
Cannot be verified until now.
Mm-hmm.
Gold money, crime, listen, Rattigan. I served 23 years in Nigeria. Yeah?
Mm.
So I've been there and I've done that. I've seen things and I've known things. And trust me, this administration, they're not doing anything to fight crime. Crime is an investment. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I lift my hat to you guys what you're doing. I can't be in Florida with you Friday. I can't be in New York, but my heart is there with you.
Okay, much appreciated.
Yeah, man. Trust me, continue do what you're doing, yeah?
All right, my brother.
Isaac, Lion, Wayne. What's the female name again? Daisy. I mean,
Maria.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Appreciate, love your works, trust me. As me say, right now, I go rescue Jamaica. And I'm with you guys 100%. What I would love for you guys to also do is to organize so we can have something in Jamaica too.
Yeah, man. That on the drawing boards.
All right.
All right,
Love
my
that.
brother.
And guess what?
Mm-hmm.
You see, when PNP form the next government, I don't want you to stop doing what you're doing.
No,
Continue
because we're not partisan, brother.
Jamaican government
Mhm.
accountable. But this
Exactly.
is not for PNP or Labour, right, you know. This
Right.
is for Jamaican because these politicians don't have the country interests at heart. You people in the diaspora, or we, have Jamaica interests at heart more than the present administration.
I hear you, my brother.
Yeah?
Yeah, man.
Just when you come out to Jamaica, in my room, you have a Jamaican flag. I have that flag there from 1987. Me I travel with it. Anywhere me go, me we dead to Jamaica. But brother, the place where Jamaica they know, we need to save Jamaica. If you not save Jamaica now, you can't go
You're
save
gone.
again.
All right. Well, look, thank you for the call and thank you for the support. Now grab another call now. All right.
Yeah,
But
man,
take care
no
of
worries,
yourself.
no worries.
And stay warm. Coming with cold wish by you there. All right.
Cool, bless up.
All right, brother. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
From Georgia, Mr. Ratti.
Yes, sir. From where?
Yeah, man. I'm calling from Georgia.
Oh, okay. Yes. So we'll see you. We'll see you next Friday.
No, man, this time I can't make it. Can't make it.
All right.
Because of the job, you know.
Well, make your contribution to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation then.
Okay, all right.
Don't tell me
Yeah,
okay,
man,
all right, I not do it, no, brother.
Yeah, man. I need to put it up one more time so we can snapshot it.
Okay. All right.
And
I'll do that.
yeah, man, I do a good job, you know.
Well, you know, when you work for the people, it's like, you know, it never dawned upon you, you know, like it's a work. You know what I'm saying? Them say find a job where you love and you'll never work a day in your life. And right. And we love that job, yeah. So this is not work for me, brother. You know?
Okay.
But we
Yeah, man.
appreciate the call, yeah?
I appreciate
Take care of yourself, my
my
brother. Cool.
Yes.
Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Mr. Ratty. I'm in sweet Florida, you know. But now I try to get the beer. I can't get the beer, Ratty.
It's this Friday, man. This coming Friday.
I
January.
know, man, but you know.
Oh, you mean get the day from work?
You know, me can't
Get the day from work.
You know what I mean?
Well, look, we know say you support we. You know, spiritually you got dead. You got dead. So
work today, you know, Ratty. I mean, I tell us I vote the boss them, you know. The government boss when they come in.
right.
And you know, I hold up a camera there, you know. I want to look on my phone and say, all right, 5 minutes too. And then I go and go on the bus back, you know, I hold up a camera there, over 30 camera, you know.
Yeah.
I'm going and I go and just put on, because me at the woody car, the pole is just blowing, you know. And I put on and go and I say, where I say, can't live for this, man. Yeah, a good program, you know, I go on with it, man.
Thank you. Much
Good
appreciated.
something, and God bless you, know, but remember something, you know, when I go blame you about Ratty.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't let when you look when you did a crab bush, you make the crab gateway. And when me I say, I hope you that train some young youth in your profession like FBI when was a boy. You can catch back the crab and the boiling water and put the crab in there. Because guess what happened now? The crab are one of the man next so much gun and them thing they would over film constituency now.
Right. Yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah, I understand what you're
Him should
saying.
not talk about no killing police kill and ask question after all and a negative thing. Him shouldn't be the one to say that, you know.
Right. But just see somebody has sent me something. I said 70 people dead already this year.
Oh God Almighty, man. So if you I hope you did have some young youth underneath your show if you catch crab until if you have the boiling water.
Ready,
to
right.
put in there.
Yeah, but if
yeah,
the
man,
crab
they said FBI them here talk
yeah,
about
but yeah, me know.
Uncle Herb can go and go on. You know if Uncle Herb can go catch, but Uncle Herb I now, you know.
You can't catch crab
I hope
still,
you-
man. I don't know problem,
You
man.
can't catch crab.
Yeah,
All
man,
right
can't
then.
catch crab. Yeah.
All right,
All right.
then.
If
God
you
bless,
can't come,
man.
but listen, like how you can't come, send your wife, your daughter, your son, your neighbor, your friend. All right?
All right then. God
Take care of
bless you,
yourself, my
God
brother.
bless, man.
All right. Let me see what I got there. Yeah, so I said send you know you're not going to be able to make it. So send your cousin, your auntie, your uncle, send all of them come, you know. When you have Bongo, your uncle is alive and what are there then? Hold on a second. Carla, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Atlanta, Oregon, Mr. Rattigan.
Everything's good. Everything's good. We're on top of the world, man. How about you?
Can't complain. I don't know if you know my voice still, but my mother usually work there. I don't know if her last name Harrison ring a bell.
Where she used to work with me?
Mother usually be FBI man. She federal prosecutor now.
Harrison. The name sound familiar. Yeah.
Yeah.
The name
So
sound familiar.
two things happened the other day. I don't know if I have enough time for talk, but two things happened the other day. You know, so I go Jamaica the other day, right? Reserve right now. I'm a reserve and thing here in America and thing. And we got Jamaica the other day and I'm a friend them. Them never come Jamaica yet, you know. But I end up come up before two of them because them end up buy them ticket longer. And you know, say right around a limelight around there, so them they go back over Norbrook in at night and 2 months just pull up on a bike and take them out of the car where them rent. And you know, say one of the hombre will come off a bike back. When him take them out of the car, them drive gone. And you know, say one bad job and a man a police who take thief the car and he report it to the police station. And like them want to lock him up and tell him say a lie tell and ask him when get the people in Batram. So right now a problem up here when he go to a superior and thing and tell them what go on because like up until now it still not even make no sense. What happened at Jamaica the other day?
Yeah, it's a joke. You know, it's a
like
joke.
Jamaica run crazy. Next thing before I go, I'm give you a little joke. I have over $4 million in a bank at Jamaica's in 32,000. And you know, say the bank I go tell me, say me withdraw money out of bank when I don't even have a card in Mr. Rattigan. I don't have a card. So me can't say me a swipe yes or a buy online or nothing. And literally me set the money as fixed deposit. I can send you a million screenshot right now. Morning, noon, and night, somebody still a try scam me account. How is it that me have a what do you call it again? A fixed deposit, but my money is still accessible where people can withdraw money from. Literally 2.8 million gone out there in the bank. I tell me say them can't tell me nothing and them don't know where money gone. Where me have my money in the bank for them?
Right.
You see them slackness there? But like as I said, I am a reserve, yeah, and but my mother dep on the case and like she asks people at Jamaica and connection and I make connections to make things work, but like it annoy me right now. And me I pray if I win me 101, me I make sure say the thief that we are around Jamaica got jail. Just like me I make sure they got jail.
All right, my brother.
Before it goes, I just wanted to know which bank it was.
Yeah.
Which bank?
NCB, man.
NCB. All right, cool.
Yeah.
No problem. Tell your mother, give your mother my regards and tell her to link me, yeah?
Yeah, man. Me I do. From when I do, we did sit down one night, you know, she used to share a call and thing, but I do she busy with work, but me I make sure short though.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself, all right?
All right, cool. Yeah.
There's something that said, hold on a second. Somebody said something. Hold on. Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Sir Ratty. Right here in Florida, sir.
Okay. All right. But no, me I'll see you Friday. But like,
Of course.
see it there?
Of course.
See him so.
I'm coming with a group.
You coming with a group?
I'm coming with a group, sir.
All right, don't say it too loud. Come I'll bet my friend, you know. My friend said we now have more than 20 people out there. So I'm gonna bet him.
Well, bet your friend.
You
Bet
can't
your
bet
friend.
him.
You're going to win.
All right then.
I have a suggestion for our family in Jamaica who cannot be here to be in sync with us. They don't need a permit. All they need is get you a placard, get your cardboard box, something, make a sign. Hang your sign on your gate, on your wall, on your veranda, put it in your yard, call to action, and show your support that way. And get your neighbors to do it, because you're doing this individually. You don't need a permit. You go put a sign in your yard, on your door, on your fence, on your veranda, on your gate. And then do video of your neighborhood with people doing the same thing and send the video in
All right.
on Friday.
It's a good idea. We'll publicize that.
Yes, sir.
All right then. Looking forward to seeing you.
You know who I am when I get there.
All right. Take care.
Okay, all right. Have a good night.
All right, thanks.
Good night, panelists.
All right. We have 2,091 people or 2,091 devices. I'm asking everybody, them say me don't know for big. I'm asking everybody to go and put a $5 in the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. At least $5. At least. If you can put more, fine. There it is right on the bottom of the screen. ojldf.org. Once you get there, you're good. The payment the payment modes will be explained to you. Them right there. You can do Zelle. We just had the let me see if we can get it back up. Let me see if we can get it back up like that. Yeah, okay. Now, see, we have the QR code up top of the screen. You can just use your phone and work the magic. All right. And so it's ojldf.org. It's running on the bottom of the screen, or you can just use the QR code up top. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
New York.
Yes, go ahead, New York.
My brother. This is Peaches.
Wagwan.
Nothing, Wagwan. I just got to say, I'm proud of you. Keep up the good work, and I love you.
Love you too. Take care of yourself, sis.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Folks, that's my sister.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, good night. Welcome to Reason with
How are you,
Rattigan.
sir?
Let me just say something quickly before you say anything. The caller.
Okay, no.
Yeah, the caller just now. That was my sister, Peaches. Otherwise, I don't want to give out our full name. Peaches, big up yourself. Thanks for calling. Thanks for the support. Love you like life. Take care. Caller, go ahead, please.
Mr. Rattigan, how are you?
I'm doing well. You?
I am good, thanks. Can you see the name?
No.
Okay, I sent you a text on the 6th.
I'm gonna respond, right?
Please answer back on that text. It's a reason why. Just don't say it on the air.
All right, let me write it down.
Check that text from me.
The 6th of what? January or December?
No, January.
Okay.
Yes. Anyway, I'll be there. I'm in New York, so I'll be there with Freddie March.
Okay.
Okay, have a good night. You know I don't talk long on phone.
All right, take care of yourself. Be well.
All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, man, that was a surprise. That was a surprise. People, I have 4 sisters, all right, and I have no brothers, and that's why I refer to Minister Morgan as my chosen brother, because you can choose your family members, right? And actually, them they're the best ones. Sometimes some of the best ones, the ones you choose, because sometimes the ones where you have, them just it no work out. But I can tell you that my sister would just call me. I love her like life, and she loved me like life. Serious woman. Peaches, thank you. You just pull me out when you call me. You don't know what you do to me when you call me, baby. Big up. Hold on a second. Big up Kashima Malik and the 2-star general for me. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Maryland.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Good night.
Good night
to you and your panelists. I want to ask you a question, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
Over the years, we've had numerous jailbreaks, high-profile jailbreaks. Could you tell the public which superintendent was in charge of those stations and what has happened to them? Because from my research, with all those jailbreaks, everybody who's at that jail, they were promoted. Another thing, can you tell me which high-profile member of the elite society, which case as Paula Llewellyn, successfully prosecuted since he's been in office?
All right.
Those are my questions.
Yes, there's a certain gentleman here who can answer all of those questions, but I won't have him answer the second one, for fear that he might stray. But I don't think he's going to stray. So you can answer the first question, Mr. Isaac?
You know, I'm not good with names, but there was a jailbreak in Black River, and I will say that the minute that the superintendent of that Black River Police Station was running so good, as he goes on vacation, there was a jailbreak. It wasn't this Christmas; it was the Christmas before, and he did get removed for it. So there wasn't a promotion for him. So a lot of these things are unfortunate, and sometimes it's a matter for some internal investigation to deal with it. But usually when these things happen, something is running right and somebody don't like it. So I'm not defending the JCF. I'm just putting that out there, that jailbreaks are something orchestrated and the people who usually in charge get moved up. That's it.
All right. Thank you.
You want the second one?
Beg your pardon?
You want me to answer the second one?
It's up to you if you want to answer.
No, I'm just saying I'm not aware of any, but I'm
Okay.
sure that when somebody find out, they'll be able to tell you.
All right. Thanks.
All right.
Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Hold on a second there. Hold on a second. Who's this? On the account, it's Inez. It's one Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF. And then I see where somebody here mentioned, let me see. Yeah, Morris just made a deposit, Morris Ashley, and deposit made now. Thank you. Somebody just made a comment here that I have to. Okay, here it is. Marie Lizzie. She said, Peaches, Ratty blushing and was happy to hear from him. People, may I tell you now, I don't know, I'm happy to hear from my sister. We talk frequently, but she's never called the program. In fact, none of my sisters call the program. This is the first sister to call the program. So, yeah, I'm blushing. Yeah, Peaches, big up yourself. Love you. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, General. Atlanta calling here.
Trevor, go ahead, Mr. T. Talk to me.
Was calling on the wrong number before, man.
Okay.
But what I would like to put on the platform, is that we have a lot of honorary consuls in our diaspora, that they are not working for the government of Jamaica. They are honorary consuls. They are not paid by the government of Jamaica. And I'm sure that they are not unaware of the corruption, the crime, and the murder rate. And it is something that they would like to see change, hopefully. So I would like to suggest that they all tender their resignation as a protest vote, protest against the lack of action in support of the diaspora, since they are of the diaspora and representing the government of Jamaica in the diaspora. The bottom line is that if we feel that the government is corrupt, they're representing a corrupt government, and unless they are very proud of it, they should be considering taking a step back at this juncture for history's sake, or history's sake.
Okay.
Second thing is, anybody who want to do some pooling out of Atlanta, okay? 678-422-3196.
Say that again, Trevor, because I know me I go see you down there, because me I have some things to talk about. So can you, or you know what, drop it in the chat as well.
Me already dropped in the chat, but we chat it again.
Yeah?
I already dropped it in the chat.
Oh, it's in the chat. Yeah, people, if you're in the Atlanta area and you want a ride to go down to join us next week, Friday, as we protest in front of the Jamaican consulate, Mr. T says that he will carpool with you, or you can carpool with him.
All right. You know, even if we have to rent a small bus, if you have a little,
all right.
Even if we have to do a bus rental for more people,
All right, Trevor. I'm looking forward to seeing you. We have lots to talk about.
Yes, man. Cool.
All right. Take care of yourself. Be well. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Calling from Georgia.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to know if you guys, part of your topics is going to be the fleecing of Jamaica.
I beg your pardon?
If one of your topics will be the fleecing of Jamaica.
The fleecing of Jamaica?
Yes.
When
Huh?
When you say the fleecing of Jamaica, you mean if we're going to protest as that being one of the topics?
Yes.
Of course.
Praise God. Praise God.
Yes. Yes.
Keep up the work, my brother. I'm telling you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes, yes.
And we need you to show up if you can, because we have a supporter there, very dear friend of mine, Mr. Trevor. He says you can reach out to him. His number is there. If anybody needs a ride to go down to Miami next week, Friday, he'll be more than happy to accommodate you.
And I've already sent out an email to all my friends down in the area. So
okay,
yeah,
all
yeah,
right.
I'm in Georgia, but you know.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Old Sergeant Major. Yes, sir.
All right. Take care now. Be well. Bye bye.
Be well. Be well.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes. Good night. Where are you calling from?
New York.
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
I'm not sure I'm so happy with the kind of approaches that's been taken to so-called pressure the government of Jamaica into action. I personally think that if the overseas Jamaicans had the right to vote from overseas, that would be a far more effective tool into pressuring the government into action than currently what's going on right now. And I'm not sure why that's not being pursued. I think we could and should start a legal basis to obtain that right. And there isn't any more effective tool than that. Most of what's going on now, I think, is good intentions, but there's just too much personality involved, and that's really never, not a good thing long term, or a good thing to achieve success. I just don't see how trying to embarrass a government or government officials to take an action is a good strategy at all. That just creates enmity. It creates a lot of disgust. And it's just not a good strategy. I mean, nowhere in business negotiation they teach you to embarrass your opponent to accept your proposal. That's just not really taught.
Okay.
So I'd like to hear your
but don't
why
leave.
you chose the strategy and not something more effective.
No, stay on the line. Stay on the line. Let's talk. 'Cause the program is called Reason with Rattigan. We're going to reason. And we have Herb Nelson here. We have ISAT. Now, let me ask you this. Now, are you aware of what it takes to vote in Jamaica if you're living in the diaspora?
Just vaguely, but I know. First of all, we have the option to fly down to vote, but that's an absolutely ridiculous burden, and there's really no effective legal challenge that I could see for overseas citizens not obtaining the right to vote, which is why most majority democratic countries afford the overseas citizens the right to vote from overseas.
Well, let me share something with you, sir. In September 2016, there was a town hall meeting held in Queens, New York. In attendance were the Prime Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Mr. Nigel Clark was there, but he was not at that time the Minister of Finance, and there were other dignitaries there. And one of the two things they talked about coming up with a mechanism to have Jamaicans living overseas vote, and they talked about coming up with a mechanism to have a representative in the Senate representing the diaspora. This was September 2016. Ask me what happened. Well, before you can ask me, I'll tell you. Nothing.
Yeah, nothing happened.
They've been approached. No, they have been approached. They've been approached because you're saying that we should, one of the alternatives we should consider is try and get the right to vote. And what I'm telling you is that they will not allow that. Plus, not only that, it takes more than just a signature to get somebody to vote. But they haven't taken any steps. And in fact, that issue is dead.
Well, let the lawyer address if it's possible to go to the court with a lawsuit for this.
Okay, all right.
Let them address that. Did they tell us we don't have any standing?
No. That's a fair question. ISAT is here. ISAT, the gentleman is asking, can we go to court and sue the government to give us the right to vote
from overseas?
So that's a technicality that usually one of the things that why it is effective to protest, and rather than call it embarrassing the government, is to bring national and international attention to being ignored. For there to be a process, the real thing is this. If you want to vote, come home. We just don't have an absentee ballot situation in terms of our governance, because we have a parliamentary system and not a Democrat. The democratic system is not mimicking that of the United States, where that is afforded. So I would say no. And I'm gonna make this clear, because sometimes I think that we did make a joke about it, but listen, everybody in the diaspora has standing, and you need to know that. But notwithstanding that, I think.
Well, I challenge some guys on the other radio program that I would put up the first $1,000 to a fund to hire the lawyers to get to work on this. And none of them even mentioned that they would back me on that. They had some other agendas. But if it's
no, but even on this, I would say this, because
let Mr. Isaac finish, and then
even on that point, I don't think they're not backing you on it. Is that you're not? I don't even want to call it. I would not advise you to spend your money on a fishing expedition.
All right,
because that's similarly not the way to get attention from the government.
All right, Carl, I tell you what. Give me an idea besides the voting, because we see that that's impractical right now. If you want to vote in Jamaica, then go home and vote, register, and then go home and vote. And it's impractical for lots of people here. So I'm going to give you the time. We don't have much time, but I'm going to give you time to give me one solution to this issue to get the government's attention.
You mean besides the right to vote? Besides getting the vote? Yeah, well, because I don't see. I really don't see. I really don't see a way that we can do it effectively without the government to just dismiss. Demonstration, I think, is useless. Okay. Writing letters, I think, is useless.
Okay.
Calling them and cussing them out is useless.
Sir,
there's
hold on,
really no effective tool that we have.
Hold on. Let me stop you.
Hold on. The most effective tool.
Caller, let me stop you. I've asked you to give me a solution. You're telling me what some of the impediments are. You're telling me what the problems are. I've said no. You have identified them before, and you said, look, you don't think that demonstrating is effective. So I'm asking you, give me one, just one. Give me one thing that you think would be effective in getting the attention of the government, besides voting. Because as you heard from the lawyer, if you want to vote right now, just go home, catch a plane, go home and vote. So rule that out. Give me one thing, please.
Probably the idea is to try to get a petition with like 500,000 people that sign it.
Hold on 1 second.
That might be a strategy.
Hold on. No, you just don't say that doing all of these things with the government is all of these things are useless. They're not going to happen. You said writing. In fact, you said writing is not going to do anything. So sending a petition with names is not going to do anything. So give me one. Give me another one.
Well, listen. Other than that, in my opinion, my money is behind hiring a lawyer to go to the courts. That's where my money is behind.
All right.
And I've made a pledge to them that if I fund it myself out of my own pocket, I will eventually do it.
All right. That's a run now.
If I do it on my own, I'll start the fund and hire the lawyers to do it.
All right.
He can put it in the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.
Caller, I inadvertently cut you off, but you're listening, or Mr. Nelson just suggested that you put the money in the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, and I think we can work from that angle. 8:28 the time is. We're not going to go till 10 tonight. We're probably going to stop at 9. So the line is open, folks. 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. The program is Reason with Rattigan. We have Herb Nelson, we have Isaac Buchanan, and you have me, your host, Will Rattigan. Give us a call. Tell us what's on your mind. You've heard the presentations earlier. Lion was with us, but he's having technical difficulties, I believe. And so we have 2,212 devices tuned in. People, rush to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Make your contribution. OJLDF.org, or the QR code is at the top of the screen, top right. Utilize it, please. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Did I just cut you off?
No, you didn't. But
Okay.
I know you know the voice. This is your mother, Mapi.
Mapi!
Yes.
Hold on a second, Mapi. Hold on a second. People, every single Saturday year, I said, bless up Mapi. No, this lady is my mother. Right? You must say blessings, Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Mapi. This is
yes,
Mapi.
this is Mapi.
Every Saturday. Mapi, thank you for calling.
He calling to say
Pull up
congratulations,
tonight.
and
The
I'm
problem
always
is
proud of
speeches.
you. But I'm mighty proud of you. Keep up the good work.
Thank
You're
you so much, Mommy.
good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You'll see me soon. Don't worry yourself.
All right.
All right?
Okay.
Take care now. Bye-bye.
Good. Take care.
Why? I don't know.
You're getting that double barrel boost. Your sister.
Yeah. Hello, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from New York.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ratty, the
Yes.
guy that just called a while ago is like, what he called about make no sense to me. Because what happened, what you're trying to do is to eradicate all the bad politicians in Jamaica. So even if we vote from the diaspora, what difference does it make? Because we're still going to vote PNP, JLP, PNP, JLP. So what he's saying, it make no sense to me. That's what I have to say. All right.
I appreciate it. I appreciate your call, sir. All right.
All right.
Caller, welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Jamaica.
Yeah, turn down your device, please.
That never does.
Hello?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes. Good night. Good night.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Mr. Herb.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Isaac.
No.
I'm on the live, I watch you on the TV, I watch a good month. You are going over side. That's Jamaica. You see, no fair people might talk. If people talk with some like loose in their mind, you know. Because some of them just have play politics and not talking the right things. And the right thing is enough people say. Jamaica suffer. Me, if I youth there, well and well. Probably I want to herb alone can match 5 years. Because I want a young man.
I wouldn't bet on that, you know.
I'm only 25. How old are you?
No, I wouldn't bet on that.
Yeah, with a 50s man, so I can tell you.
Okay, all right. You get me, sir.
Anyway, but to the rules and the regulations of life. Big up all the man them. See, the first thing I say. But anyway, life in Jamaica is a way that if people don't understand when we just say work, live, happy, when Mike and Manny they tell you that. It's enough for we never understand enough. We are big man now, we understand now.
Right.
See? But when we look young, we never understand. Even myself, I could have done one house at them time than I own a house. Because me say life is still one way.
Right.
But now life catch up on me.
Mm-hmm.
I want it and I look it the other way. But to me, the mother weapon give me something. So me not the burden there.
Right.
But me see people who will want house, parent, daily. And as my friend, when I say them matches back for my bill, I know house that. I'm going to buy them.
Right.
But I live under a tree. When I buy one of them there.
Or living at a tree.
I live in the tree. Simple as that.
Yeah.
So where everybody now look on. See, I'm on the sky look like about in banking system. Me a friend I lose money too. Same way. Then I know the money gone.
Yeah, things look
See,
rough. Things rough.
Me have one man tell everybody say, but now get my money. Would I wrap up my money in my pocket?
Okay.
Me not bank none. Never win a bank, we can never win. Can me not bank none.
You remember you have 50s, man. You remember Brigadier Jerry, right?
We are talking about man.
You remember him used to have a song where said the only bank that never get robbed by the River Bank. You remember that song there?
Long time.
Okay.
Must dance it.
All right. So I just
So
said there.
you see, life is where you put in and where you take out. But the transformation in Jamaica is Michael Manley, who set the trend that we could have won live and grow. My mother grew Holy Power in a little single house. See? And we excel out till the single house to big house.
Right.
See? But who can do it now?
Well,
that man like everybody that talk to come tell me.
Well, you
because if me want to put up a wall, I'm a front yard right now. You have to see him hard.
No, things difficult.
Perimeter wall to keep myself comfortable.
All right.
Just
well, look.
To go put on a room.
Well, here what? Me understand.
Expensive thing in our life is say keep a house in a shape. But a house rotten down, especially the old house, we have to reorganize and slap down. That's modern time.
Well, look, me understand where you come from.
It's a whole heap of money I have to spend.
Me understand where you come from and me understand the struggle. And look, me thank you for the call. But me have to go run now and grab another call. But thanks for the support.
All right, brother. That's nothing. Come there, watch you. See,
all right, watch I enjoy the program. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
But anyway, Isaac,
yeah,
I'm glad you're back in our shape. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Bless
you. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
New York City.
Okay, New York. Talk to us.
Yeah.
We have Isaac is still here. I don't know if you're seeing us live.
No, I'm on the phone now, but with what Isaac said about the prison, I know the private sector want to build that prison where Isaac should say is build those prisons for the prime minister and in crony friends.
Okay.
To put them in jail. And I'll hang up and listen to what you got to say.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? All right. Isaac, the gentleman asked you about the prison, and I don't know if you want to address that.
You know, I certainly am anti-prison. I always say a day in prison is like 1,000 years. I would not want to imagine that the private sector doesn't necessarily have to be responsible for building a private prison. So that's something that's something that has to be appreciated. So I was envisioning a prison built other than by the government. In other words, I'm thinking about the Ampina prison that she didn't accept from the UK. I'm thinking that it's time that be put in place. I have no comment about the people who need to go into the prisons, save and except for I am advocating for better prison conditions. And so at this stage, something is better than nothing. That's all I will respond and say.
All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan.
Good night, Rattigan. What's up, man?
I'm fine, thank you. Where are you calling from, sir?
Orlando, Florida, man.
Yeah, good. How's the weather down there?
It's kind of cool and, up and down, but it feels good.
All right. What do you have for us tonight?
I congratulate you, my boss, for put out this event, because we Jamaican is that we need this, man. Because what's going on in Jamaica right now, it's very rotten, nasty and dirty,
Right.
And we can make it be better, but we have to organize this as the people.
Right.
Because one man don't supposed to be against the whole world. We are the people supposed to do what we have to do.
Right.
But we have to plan it.
Right.
Just like the other day, I was listening to the news where this little 14-year-old guy died. They shoot him for a phone. The little youth could already reorganize his life back again because he's young.
Right.
And those big men who shooting people, killing people, those are the ones who need to die.
I hear you, my brother. I hear you.
Yeah, man. So we need to get this thing straight, man.
All right, we'll try, yeah? And with your support and encouragement, we will.
Yes.
So take care of yourself. I'm gonna grab another call now.
All right, big up yourself.
I'm gonna see you Friday, by the way. I'm gonna see you Friday.
All right.
All
yeah,
right,
man.
brother. Cool. Person to sign on. Yeah, Lion, thanks for being patient and thanks for rejoining us. I'm sure you've heard some of the phone calls and you've heard the outpouring of love and appreciation for the things that we're doing. And I just want to get a sense from you. Let me just tell people that we're going to close off at 9 tonight. We have about, 21 minutes left. So, and we're going to turn off the phones turn off the line in a few minutes. So if you want to speak to Lion, Herb, Isat, or yours truly, then you need to call now, because I'm going to turn off the phone. If I don't get another call within the next 5 minutes or so, I'm going to turn off the phone. Yeah, Lion. So you've been listening.
I must apologize for that which I have no control over, really. And I said I don't think Starling can help me either. But whatever it is, that is. Sometimes we look like a little ragtag army, but don't let that deter us. Yeah, we can recall the many instances when broadcast was being tampered with, and you try so many different options in terms of your internet provider, and still we got the job done.
Right.
The point I'm making is this: is all we need is a little stone, man. With God, with us, just one stone. Forget about the fancy equipment and all of that. So yes, it's necessary, but sometimes it's cumbersome too, because you get swelled in. One stone brought down Goliath. And that is our mantra right now. The one stone, that proverbial letter that we sent. And when I say the entire Jamaica can stand behind that letter. I know Dr. Rupert Francis, Captain, affectionately called, would have no issue with the fact that the entire Jamaican populace is invited to stand behind the point of despair and let it penetrate into the victory that we seek.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing very well that
Lion Cutter, making Jamaica the jewel of the Caribbean. WhatsApp is on. Caller, go ahead, please.
Yes, Ratty, greetings and greetings to your panelists here. It's Janko again.
Yes, sir. How you do?
I'm there, man. Janko, they are fly around.
Yeah.
Say, I think sometimes we are miss the boat,
Talk to me about missing the boat.
I think we're missing the boat sometimes because we focus too much on politics and religion. The focus should really be around race and economics, because that will put us in the poor position we need to be. Now, Jamaica is 98% black. I want to ask how much of that economy do that 98% control? I doubt it's 98%. I doubt it. I doubt it's even 10%. So we are missing the boat. It is racial economic cooperation is our only salvation. It's economics that drives politics,
All right, Mr. John Crow. Let me say I agree with you, right? Let me say I agree with you. Tell me how we're going to do that now.
To reorientate our shopping habits. Mm-hmm. That is one we can do. Find somebody who look like you to spend the money with. No go spend it with Mr. Wang. No go spend it with Mr. Hassan. No go spend it with the East Indian. Spend the money with somebody who look like you and develop our economy amongst ourselves. The same thing will affect the people in Jamaica, and you live in America, Ratty, so it affects the people in Mississippi.
Mr. Liver Jackson, by the way.
People in the same way.
Mr. Liver Jackson, by the way.
Exactly, so
Mm-hmm.
Black people live the same way in Jackson, Mississippi. We do not control the economy. And that anywhere in the world you go, that is the problem for black people. Economics.
All
We
right.
have to reorientate our thinking and reorientate
Mr.
our
John
shopping
Crow.
habit to develop a money class amongst ourselves.
Mr. John Crow, let me ask you this question. Why is it that, because I'm sure this is not an original idea, right? You're not the first person to come up with this idea, right?
No.
All right.
It's a
So why is
Marcus
it that it
Garvey
doesn't
idea.
happen? Huh?
A Marcus Garvey idea.
All right. So why is it tell me now why hasn't it happened?
Because again, the psychological damage that was done from the experience, from the history and experience of slavery and colonialism was never corrected.
And how do we
You're
correct it?
dealing with people whose minds are reversed.
And how we correct that now?
You correct it by psychology and history. That's how you correct it. We have a psychological problem. That's our main problem as a people, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We head 180 degrees backwards. It's like this now. Because them always tell we say, forget about the history. All right. What would happen to you? What would happen to you, Ratty, if you was driving your car without a rear view mirror? What would happen to you?
Nothing would happen to me because I just a windshield me need. Me I go forward. Me no care what
No, if you drive your car without a rear view mirror on a highway, what would have happened to you?
What do you mean? The police will stop me and give me a ticket?
No. You need your rear view mirror for see where you're going behind you.
No, sir.
Maneuver.
Not me.
You go forward, but you look behind at the same time.
No.
You're moving forward, but at the same time, you look behind you for see, because you don't want to make a wrong move and somebody running at your back.
All right, let me ask you this. How many people have you exchanged? Are you
I constantly do this. But you see, again, no. We're stubborn. We're a very stubborn people, you know.
all right. Here's what we have to do now, Mr. John.
We know, I want to like.
Mr. John Crow. No.
We don't like take.
What I know?
Correction.
Here's what we have to do. Here's what we have to do.
Remember, you said that?
No, here's what we have to do because me I wind on right now. I'd really love to talk to you. So call me back, not next week because we won't be on next week, but the week after because I really want to continue this conversation with you. I find it interesting. But let me just grab another call. All right. Thanks for calling, my brother. Don't forget, call me 2 weeks. Call up. Welcome. Good night. Where are you calling from?
East Kingston, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes. Talk to me, man.
How are you and the fellow
Well,
panelists?
Herb is doing great. Haisat is he's great too. And I'm on top of the world.
Yeah, Herb, you have your wife already, so you're not married to me. Mr. Rattigan, you married too. So you longer left me with Haisat and my husband.
This is a brilliant move, lady. Sweet by Sata.
Haisat is here. Available to talk to you.
Shot. Come with me with a KFC franchise and we're good to go.
What you hear this, Haisat?
When I kick foul, me not got KFC. Anyway, Mr. Rattigan,
yeah,
Jamaica. It pains my heart to see where Jamaica is going. People say Jamaica go coming like 80. Jamaica is 80. It's 80. You know, see, I remember back in the 70s and even 80s, we could have kicked anybody and go pay for it. Now we are walking big. It's a shame. And it's not only this party alone, both party is Jamaica's biggest problem.
Mm-hmm. So how do we solve that?
We have to come together. We have to come together and get the weed whacker and the machete and weed out all of the bad weed them.
All right. I'm glad you mentioned that. Where do you live?
East Kingston.
Okay. Okay. All right. Because I need you to be at the march next week, Friday.
No. If you not put it on live, I will watch, but I won't able to join you physically, but in my heart.
And in solidarity with us, you need to wear something white or the Jamaican colors.
Yeah, I have my Jamaican color already long time.
All right.
Already long time. So
take a picture and send it to us. All right.
All right. I said, remember, so we are going to marry the year. Remember.
All right. Thanks. We have 11 minutes to go. All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Hey, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes. Good night. How are you?
Oh man, you see, I love the program very well.
Thank you.
You guys are doing a wonderful job.
And I tell you what, if you want to see us do even more wonderful work, then you need to come down and hang out with us next week, Friday.
Yes. What I'm going to say a little thing before you go, Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah.
What that man was saying, I don't even like calling him. The crow name, what he was saying, he was saying a good thing, but what happened, those like we know we have the business, like not the Chinese, like the black people, them, the gunman them is killing out them, so them don't have no business for us to go and buy and so. You know, see, most of the Chinese them out there, the gunman them killing off the business people them, the black people them.
Okay.
Yes, I lived in the China.
Okay.
And that is so bad. That is so bad.
Yeah.
What he's saying is true. The black to support the black and leave the China them alone. But the gunman them is killing off the black people them, the business people them.
Well, look, that's an interesting observation. And I look forward to talking to you and Mr. John Crow next week. Not next week.
All right.
All right. Take care of yourself. Have a great weekend.
I'm calling from Florida.
All right. I'll see you on Friday.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You're doing it.
Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Good night.
I'm calling from New York.
Yes, sir.
Pleasant good night to everybody. I think you're doing a great job. And I just want to wish you guys all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. Caller, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Good night. Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes. Good night. Where are you calling
good
from?
night. I'm calling from New York.
Yes, sir.
Oh, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. You?
All right, yeah, I'm fine. Good evening. So I've been listening to the program not for a long time. A friend of mine told me to give me some pointers as opposed to what has been on the discussion table for today. So based on what he's telling me, I'm trying to understand what is the purpose of the initiative? Is it to change the government, or is it to tackle the burning issue of crime and violence in the country?
Well, on a certain level, what we're doing, we don't advocate changing government. No, that's not our purpose. Our purpose is to hold government accountable. So on one level, we're saying that the government is not doing what it promised to do regarding crime. It's not doing what it promised to do regarding corruption. It's not doing what it promised to do regarding poverty, etc. So we're right, and we've reached out to the government. We've tried engagement on different levels, and we've been largely ignored.
Okay.
And you hear the calls from Jamaica. You hear the people telling that they're suffering down there. And another thing is a lot of the money going to Jamaica, a lot of the donations from international organizations, donor agencies, donor countries, the monies are not going into the vulnerable communities as intended.
So suffering has always been our plight.
Not this level.
We came out of slavery in 1831, and we had to do a 7-year apprenticeship in order to get our independence. Right? In 1865, when we fought for the right just to own land, from that point we had a system in place that was geared towards pushing us in the sea as opposed to upward mobility, right? Mm-hmm. So with that said, our struggle has always been about struggle and suffering, right? Mm-hmm. What we need to do is to figure out a way to get the crime situation under control So if folks are not going to address that aspect of it, everything else that we're doing makes absolutely no sense, right? No, I've heard in passing, and I've watched this podcast on different occasions, all being in small portions, right? And based on my objective, I believe that if we're saying that the government is not doing what they're supposed to be doing, the alternative must be better than what we have currently. I don't think that's I don't believe that that's the case.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the point I think you're missing. The point you're missing is that you're suggesting that we're trying to get rid of this government and have the opposition or some other party come into being or take over office. What we're saying is that first of all, we support the government. We're saying to them that, listen, people voted for you and based on your promise. There's a social contract, and you're violating that contract. You're breaching the contract. So do a course correction. That's what we're asking for.
Okay, all right. So let me say it from this perspective, right?
We not got much time still enough, so you have to hurry up and make the point because we are closing.
Yeah, it's fine. Just a minute. How I look at it, the issues of Jamaica, the current as it relates to crime, started in the 1980s, right? It's a multifaceted issue, right? Everyone needs to come on board to get that under control. So both sides, including the diaspora and the people in the community. There's no silver bullet.
Let me stop you right there. And let you know that the diaspora has reached out to the government of Jamaica, this government of Jamaica, to say, listen, we have the resources, we would like to help, and we were rebuffed. There have been numerous initiatives between the opposition and the government regarding crime. In fact, they just had one. They had a prayer breakfast not too long. I think it was last week or the week before.
The prayer breakfast is nonsense.
Hold on a second.
The prayer breakfast is nonsense.
Carl, you have to let me finish. There was are you aware of the consensus on crime that was implemented in 2020?
Yes, I am aware.
Okay, isn't that an engagement between civil society, the opposition?
But we're still playing politics with that, though, and you know that.
But what I'm telling you, you said that we need to do it. I'm saying it's been tried already and it's failed. It's tried and failed.
I don't think it is being done in a manner where it's on a level playing field. I don't believe that.
All right.
I think there's too much politics involved with it.
All right. Well,
right.
Listen.
A one-upmanship.
Hold on. We have to go now. But here's what I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
Tell me how you said there's politics in there and one-upmanship in there. Tell me how we get rid of it.
Huh?
How do we get rid of it and solve the crime problem in Jamaica?
So, as I said, there's not one silver bullet that's gonna solve the problem.
No, just tell me.
I think what needs to happen: civil society, the government, the diaspora, and the people, the citizens who are affected need to have a serious conversation, not a political conversation. Take politics out of it and have a serious conversation.
Well, I tell you what,
Colombia.
I'll tell you what.
New York, Colombia and New York were the murder capital of the world in the 70s and the 80s.
I'll tell you what,
right?
Mr. Lloyd Distant, the person who's in charge of consensus on crime, he would disagree with you vehemently. And there are others who would disagree with you when you say that when they met in 2020 and they came up with this thing called the consensus on crime, that you're saying that is politicized. Anyway, I have to run now and grab another call, but thanks for the call, all right? Caller, you're the last caller for the night. Good night. Welcome to Mr. Rattigan. Talk to me.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
And to your panel, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm listening to the young man right now that you're speaking to. He got to understand that this government that we have is too corrupt. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So any changes to be made, this government is not interested in anything that to change this country in a better position. First of all, he can't sign the code of conduct.
That's true. Well, he can sign it, but he hasn't signed it.
He hasn't signed it. You know what I'm saying? So this government is too corrupt. And when you have a corrupt government, that is what brings the country down, man.
All right, my brother. Thanks.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Thanks for making that point.
I'm listening to you, you know.
All right. Take care of yourself. We're closing off
I'll
now.
be on the tour tomorrow with you guys anyway, you know.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very
I'm
much.
in the Bronx. I'm in the Bronx.
You know the boogie down, right?
Yeah, man.
All right. Take care of yourself.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, folks. Let me turn off this phone. Yeah, that was a hell of a program. Let me just thank my sister, Rosalie Hamilton, for coming on and, you know, helping us to navigate through this constitutional mess called the Constitutional Reform or Review Commission or whatever. I have no idea what they're doing. I haven't heard any recent status reports given by them. So it's just, for me, it's just a holding pattern. We're just holding and watching and waiting to see what they will come up with. They said they're going to submit some report pretty soon. So we'll watch, wait and see. Want to thank Lion for coming on and doing his thing. He sometimes Lion's a philosopher, and sometimes Lion come on like a preacher. So it's almost like a cross between a preacher and a philosopher. But I mean, you can't argue with his points. I mean, you may disagree, but you can't argue that he's not forceful, he's not knowledgeable, and he's not logical when he puts his points forward. And of course, we have the two geniuses here. Not that the other two people, they're not genius, but these are the two, what do you call them? Resident geniuses. Yeah, resident geniuses. We have geniuses who come through like Rosalie and Lion. So I just want to thank them, and I want to thank you, the people in the chat room, for making this happen. I've been following the chats, and some of the stuff I've mentioned, I got them straight out of the chat. And then the callers, much appreciated. That's it from me. But before I go, I'd like Herb and Isaac to close out. So, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
All right, let me just start by saying the show has I appreciate and note the continued growth of the show. I just would ask humbly, let me beg, let me take the Queen approach, bad begging, to say that when you see 2,000 devices, it's a for 5 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours non-stop and growing. We must also match it. If it's even $1 from 2,000 devices, I'm not even going to go as far as saying send your $5 and your $50. $1, $1 a week will make a difference at the end of the year. I'm just gonna say it like that, and I challenge the people in the comments, and the comment section is always turned up. I wish there was audio. I wish there was an audio room, a chat room, and I'm gonna talk to Kevin because we need to sign them into a chat room to hear the chatter, not talk texting, audio. It would be beautiful, but I just want to say that you guys keep the energy going, and I appreciate you all. And for 2024, I'm telling you, Standing is going to we're going to change my name to Ice Stand, I promise. I might have to kick the KFC so the legs them firm, because it's going to be an Ice Stand on solid ground. And I will see you guys, if not next week, the week after. And you catch me on Context Matters, and the show really is about finding meaning and understanding, so that when we come on these platforms, we're not lost in the communication, we're not lost in the satire and the sarcasm, we're not lost in the Herb, aka Tupac Nelson, who preaching all the cats West Side. We're not lost in that, but everything connects and it comes together. And I just want to say I love the love. And to my sister Maria and my sister Nikki and Roxanne and Tanasha, who couldn't call the number and send me some love too. But they just like I don't Ratty alone have sister. Herb, what you have to say about that?
Yeah, just make sure give them your KFC phone number in Kingston, and they'll make sure you get the order.
I need to know. All right.
Yeah, Herb.
Yes. Thank you again, Ratty, and you know, the ISAT addition to this thing has been one of the best things that happened to our
True.
show.
True.
And I would like to say that, in spite of his gluttony for KFC, we can forgive that. It keeps him going, and I like that. Anyway, listen, I can only call on Jamaica's press, Jamaica's media, and any other media in Florida that reports on Jamaica to come out and speak to the people that show up and get their vision, get their regrets, get their feeling about this beautiful island of ours. I was looking at this Basil Jarrett article, threats to a free press. Threats will only happen to a free press only if you're too afraid or too sloven or give up your rights to people who try to bully you. Right? If you fall prey to the bullying, then you're going to give up those rights and you're not going to want to write the truth. What Basil wrote is, as we have seen, Jamaica, despite having a fairly impressive record on press freedom, has also shown occasional glimpses of the vulnerability of its press. These cracks are usually exposed when issues of growing crime rates and concerns about corrupt public officials arise. In these instances, attempts to frustrate and deny the press usually take the form of defamation lawsuits and legal threats, political and financial pressure, stonewalling the access to information denials, and on occasion, actual physical threats against journalists and reporters. And now that you know you have a partner in the diaspora that will amplify these threats, that will talk about them and name names, and don't worry about no defamation lawsuit, right? You have to rise to the occasion, and our protest gives you such an opportunity to rise to the occasion and write what your feelings are after you've witnessed the protest. I can only appeal to you on those grounds and tell you that it's time to take back your island, to take back your nights, your days, to block any further attempt to harass you or to make you do what they want to do. Sometimes you have to buck the system against even the bosses. Write what you want to write. Get it printed. You cannot sit on your laurels. You can't sit on your hands and hope that things will change. You gotta be aggressive and you gotta make things happen. Make that change. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Right. Well, folks, that's it. Next week, Friday, you know where we're going to meet. No program next week, Saturday afternoon or Saturday night. And you're going to hear more about the protest tomorrow on Waterhouse Vibes. Comes on at 3 on YouTube. And then, of course, we'll be on Wayne Lonesome Show at 7 p.m. until you say when. So until then, take care of yourself. Be well. Gentlemen, peace out. Talk to you soon. All right.
Later.
Okay.